history, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the Candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
A hotly contested candidates tournament in the blistering cold. As we fly through the landscapes of Toronto, Canada, we see some beautiful sights, and we will see some champions as the candidates tournament takes place in Toronto. You see the clouds? They are just getting high in the sky in Toronto, and the playing hall will be the wonderful Great Hall. Ali Reza Firouzja, he is seated in his chair looking as fashionable as ever, but he wants to let his chest do the talking in Toronto as the candidates are about to get underway. And of course, I'm not the only one bringing you the coverage today. My name is Robert Hess, and I'm joined by the delightful David Howell and the legendary Judith Polgar. Judith, I'll start with you. How excited are you for the 2024 candidates to begin?
Hi, Robert. Hi, everyone. I'm extremely excited to see the candidates tournament in Toronto, and just seeing the playing hall. It is very exciting because there are many things which are happening for the first time for a candidate tournament. For example, the women's candidates tournament is held at the same time in the same playing hall where the candidates itself. This is one of them, and later on I think we'll talk about more.
Oh, we certainly will, and I'm also pumped to see both the candidates and the women's candidates in the same venue. David, it sort of feels like the previous candidates just happened, and yet here we are, 8 contestants. They're going to slug it out. What are some of the big storylines for you heading into the first round?
Yeah, it's a real treat, Robert. You mentioned it. It feels like we get the candidates every year at this point. I'm looking forward to just getting going. I must admit, just being in the company of you two, it's going to be the highlight for me. But yeah, we're starting with some huge matches today. We have the likes of Caruana against Nakamura. No easy games, of course. These are 8 of the best players in the world, and I just can't wait to get going. What opening surprises do they have in store for their opponents, for us? Either way, we're going to be entertained. So I hope everyone has their popcorn ready.
Oh, yes, it's going to be entertaining for sure. And as any major event does, we started with an opening ceremony. So let's roll the video and show what we didn't get to enjoy in Toronto. that was a lovely looking opening ceremony. The players had smiles on their faces, but they are about to get ultra serious. Judith, what are some of your fondest memories of opening ceremonies?
Well, the opening ceremony is always something that the players, or I was looking forward. At the same time, I was looking forward that it shouldn't be too long, because you're very stressful already, and obviously you're starting to get your mindset already on round one, especially that the pairings also. So it's kind of networking, talking with others, checking who feels how. Are they worried or not yet, or how the people are feeling, the players? You're chatting, but you're kind of already in the mood to start the first round. So, but as I've seen from the video, it seemed like a very nice, pleasant atmosphere at the opening ceremony there.
It certainly looked wonderful. And David, what kind of opening ceremony attendee are you? Are you the nervous sort, just anticipating the rounds to start? Or do you actually enjoy it? Do you feel at peace in that kind of environment?
Well, Robert, I used to be a reluctant attendee of these types of events, but these days chess is glamorous. We saw it there, the players suited and booted. You got to get in the zone, and I think we can tell a lot from these types of events. In recent years, I've really loved being at the opening ceremonies because you get to see who's nervous, who's feeling confident. You get to kind of feel the grandeur of the event and get in the zone. So, yeah, I'd recommend it for everyone. Obviously, those lucky few who were out there in Toronto will have been soaking up the atmosphere already, but some of those players, they looked focused, they looked ready to go, and so are we.
We are certainly ready to go, and well, it's the Candidates Tournament. We know what this stage is for, but let's let everybody in on our little secret. Let's explain what the candidates are about and what they determine. Here is a video for you.
Every chess player dreams of becoming world champion. But to even make it to the main stage, first they must win the Candidates Tournament, a grueling event played out over 3 weeks featuring some of the top players in the world. 8 competitors will face off in both the Candidates and Women's Candidates. Each has qualified in a unique way, the runner-up in the previous World Championship match, the top 3 finishers of the FIDE World Cup, the top 2 finishers of the FIDE Grand Swiss Tournament, the winner of the FIDE Circuit, or, for the women's section, the top 2 finishers of the Women's Grand Prix. And last but not least, the highest rated player in January that hasn't already qualified by other means. Both the Candidates and Women's Candidates tournaments consist of a double round robin with classical time controls. This means there will be 14 rounds, with each player facing one another twice, once with the white pieces and once with the black. If 2 players are tied for first at the end of the 14 rounds, they must play a 2-game tiebreaker with rapid time controls. And if more than 2 players are tied for first, a single round robin will be played, also with rapid time controls. Further ties will be broken by a repeat of this format with even faster time controls until there is a winner. Players will also earn prize money for their efforts, but make no mistake, they are all here for one thing and one thing only: a shot at becoming part of history as the next FIDE World Champion.
And the tone is set for the candidates, the players. They better be set as well. Judith, we saw some of the prize money at stake. But if we're honest, in this format of double round robin where everybody plays everyone twice, do you think that they care at all about the money, or is it win or everything else is bust?
I believe that basically the players are not thinking at all about the money aspect of this event. It's only 6-digit. I mean, obviously, if it's 7-digit, that's already something interesting as well. But here, everyone came to win. Even though if we talk about the player who has the least rating on the tournament, even him, I mean, everybody who is here, there is 1 point to play in this event. The only point is to win and be the challenger of the world champion, Ding Liren in this case. So it is very clear cut, and the next more than 2 weeks is going to be all about this.
It is. You need to win to get the right to face off against Ding Liren. Unless, David, do you think maybe Ding will pull a Magnus and step down from a throne, giving us 2 spots up for grabs?
I don't know. Ding might have had a hard year, but I want to see him play. I think he might be saving his best for the championship. I would love to see Ding against whoever qualifies from this tournament, whether it's Fabi, Hikaru, whoever it is. I wouldn't mind a Ding versus Nepo rematch either. So we'll see. Long way ahead. First, the candidates, though. This is the tournament of the year. Feels like it's even supplanted the World Championship in terms of hype. And yeah, we'll get to that when we come to it, Robert.
Well, 8 of the best players are in the Great Hall in Toronto. And let's look at the pairings, the matchups for the very first round. And we do get compatriots facing off. That's way we can avoid any of those notions of collusion like Bobby Fischer claimed back in the day. But Judith, as you look at these pairings and these head-to-head matchups, we see Hikaru Nakamura white against Fabiano-Caruana, Yapamshi white against Abasov, Praggnanandhaa with white against Firouzja, and Vidit Gujarati with white against Gukesh. Except these pairings, what do you make? What's your highlight matchup?
Ooh, I think this will be something very tough to pick every day. But, well, I mean, the first one, let's see what the Americans are doing with each other today. I mean, that is... I witnessed the Norway chess event when Hikaru, in a crucial game, he won against Fabiano, which was the most painful for Fabiano there. He had a great tournament, and in the last round, by losing against Hikaru, Hikaru took the first prize front of him. So I think he definitely wants to have a rematch on that, and of course this is a very important start of the event for both of them. But of course round one is something extremely special, as the last round is also very special. But the first few rounds is always, in a tournament, it's kind of tricky, especially when we're talking about a long tournament like this. You definitely don't want to lose. You want to be playing carefully. You know there will be a later stage of the tournament where you will have chances. So I don't think either of them will be pushing it too much.
Yeah, and we should mention those are the correct pairings. We will be looking forward to Caruana against Nakamura, but the colours were actually reversed. So remember, it is a double round robin. The players will play each other twice. It doesn't matter too much at this stage. And I totally agree with Judah. I think we'll see a lot of nerves today. Some players kind of conserving their energy, maybe not taking too much risk, not kind of putting their boats out there too far at these early stages. But of course, we want to see the fight, and the fight often comes sooner or later in these tournaments. We do have a lot of young players as well, Robert, so that tends to be the ingredient for fighting chess.
It really is. And with 14 total rounds, you don't necessarily have to sprint out of the gates, although Yapamshi, nobody told him that, as he's done that 2 candidates in a row. But we also have some fun for you all in the chat to get involved. You can vote on the results that you think will happen. I'm going to, I guess, take the first stab at it here. I put on the spot white Fabiano-Caruana, black Hikaru Nakamura. I'm going to be boring. I'm going to click on draw because I do think that these two players quite evenly matched. We saw their head-to-head, but please do get involved yourselves. Vote on each and every game in the candidates and the women's candidates because there are some big prizes at stake. If you are the participant with the most correct answers, you can win yourself quite a nice prize. A lot of money for chessable courses. In fact, first place is $250. You can get both Judith and David's courses with video and all. So go ahead, vote, get involved, and there are huge prizes at stake, and it's really takes nothing away from you. So go ahead and get involved, everybody. I won't put my fellow commentators on the spot just yet. I'm not going to make you predict the results of this round, but as we go right back into the playing hall, where Hikaru Nakamura and company are seated and getting set, I guess, Judith, do you think that any players are more relaxed, for example, if they are some of the biggest content creators on the planet?
Well, none of the players can be relaxed here. I mean, actually, if you would be relaxed at this stage of your life when you're playing in the candidates tournament, then it means that you're not cared so much as you should. I think it's very normal that you have to have this very special set of mind and feeling that you're kind of nervous and you have this uncomfortable feeling. I think in these moments, of course, all the players are really wanting already to play first a few moves already, what opening is going to be. So just really let's get move on and let's start the event. That's the feeling they have. But it was always interesting for me to have these first few minutes to take off with the tournament in the first round.
And you can see some of the youngsters, although Alireza Firouzja, do we still consider him a youngster, David? He's played in the candidates before. It feels like he's been at the top level of chess for a while. So while these two are similar in age as he faced off against Praggnanandhaa, I guess at this point is Alireza kind of a veteran?
Robert, anyone born after the year 2000 is a kid, is a youngster, and he's still got that youthful energy in his play, Robert. He's still trying to attack his opponents, no fear, always believing in himself. Of course, he's got more experience than most of us garner in a lifetime at the top level, at least, Alireza. But yeah, I still think of him as a future potential world champion if he can get everything together, if things fall right for him. And he looks impatient to start. They all do. I think we'll see the handshake any moment.
Oh, this is a great scene in Toronto. You see all 4 matchups, all 8 contestants. They're ready to get the chess under the way. No more talk, Judith. They just want to play their moves in silence and see who plays the best. So, Judith, as you see this, does it bring back memories for you as you've played in the candidates before?
Well, actually, I was playing the World Championship tournament when there was the switch. When in 2005, Garry Kasparov retired from classical chess, then there was a vacancy on his place. So actually, that was the first time when we had, not very ancient times. We had, I think, these candidates tournaments or World Championship tournaments. But then it was a World Championship tournament, and it was exactly the same setup. We had 8 players playing with double round robin, and then Topalov became the world champion. So that was a very special feeling of playing. And also I was playing in candidates circuit back when it was still the match kind of setup. But I believe that the tournament itself is much more interesting. And I feel that if you look at this scene on the screen with the 4 pairs, you can really feel the tension. I think the tension is right there for all the players. You can see how Gukesh, for example, sits there and just focusing so much versus Vidit, and you see Nepo is turning around on his chair, right, and back and forth. I mean, you can really feel the tension in the air, and it's only the first round, right? So I think it's a very special event, and it's going to be a very exciting and entertaining one. Even though the previous 2 ones was won by Nepomniachtchi, which is quite special, that someone won 2 in a row. So this is why I'm very skeptical if he can make it for the 3rd time. And it's not only that he won the tournament, but he won very clearly with a point and a half ahead. So let's see what he's going to be doing. And exciting things will happen already in round 1, I believe.
And I think we just see the players shaking hands and in different orders. They're confused about the start time. But here we go. The candidates are underway. The first moves are in from Toronto. And as we look across the boards, I mean, I'm always curious, David, who is going to flinch first? Who is going to show that their opponent's opening was unexpected?
Yeah, that's the big question. Who comes with the first surprise? Who shows that they've been doing the better homework? Who's been using that preparation time the last few months more productively? And here we see the bird's eye view. No surprises. Everyone pushing one of their central pawns. We see e4 in 2 of the games and d4 in 2 of the games. So nice symmetry there. And it's about who really wants to make their mark, kind of burst off to that fast start. But yeah, it's kind of the worst thing in the world, Judith. Those who lose the first game, it's going to be an uphill struggle. It's already going to feel like a long tournament for them. So which openings catch your eye, Judith? I see Sicilian Knight.
Obviously, in my case, I will pick the Fabi Nakamura game in the Sicilian. Obviously, that is the one which seems to be the most interesting from the opening side right now. And let's see how it works out. For me, e5 is kind of a surprising idea, but it's very typical of Nakamura, right? That he makes incredible good preparation, even though Caruana has the image of being the best prepared player right now in the world. So probably this is why also he chose something, this was not considered to be the best move, right? E5.
No, definitely not. But Judith, to echo your point, sorry, David, you seem surprised by something.
No, Robert, I was just going to say E5. I was impressed by Judith's calmness there. I've been playing chess for like nearly 30 years now, and E5, I must admit, I've never studied that one, never looked at it, and it's only move 5, move 6. So, yeah, Nakamura, I think he wins the game of first surprise. The others look like their early days. Queen's Gambit declined in clashes between Gukesh and Vidit, and Abasov and Nepomniachtchi. Open Spanish Firouzja against Pragg, but this one, Robert, you take it away. What's your first thoughts? Mine is just pure shock. E5.
Well, I just know that bishop b5 check is supposed to be the move, but I have not studied it. And Judith, to your point, this is what Hikaru, he keeps going for lines like this. Lines that are seen as potentially dubious. For example, when he plays the Petrov, he's not really going for the Petrov. He's taking on e4 after his opponent takes on e5. That's, I know, a bit chessy for some of our audience, but he is playing these openings that are often criticized or just kind of thrown in the cupboard, saying nobody should go for them. So Judith, he's doing it. What's your experience like when players, they choose an opening that you're really, really not expecting?
Well, first of all, I want to start with the fact that when I retired from competitive chess back nearly 10 years ago, it was a different sport from this respect, I believe. That simply from opening wise, things are changing so fast, like everything in the world. I mean, chess preparation, opening preparation became a completely different kind of rhythm, very different kind of mindset of the players. As the players are getting younger and younger, they are very much used to the fact that we have databases of 10, 15 million games, and they can just, if you're up to date, and if you're really saying, okay, now I want something, let's see what's played very often, who plays it, let's see a few games. Oh, I like this idea, so let's pick this up. Let's see some of the games of it. Let's work with an engine, different kind of engines on it. And if you work properly and you use the engines properly, it does not matter necessarily whether you're a 2700 player. Even lower rated players can help you out with making the right work with the engine, and then you can figure out and make it playable, because nowadays chess became much more concrete. It's much more concrete than ever before, I believe.
Can I ask you a quick question, Judith? You said use the engines properly. What exactly does that mean to you, especially in the year 2024? Because some people think it means just pressing the space bar and saying, this is what the engine says, let's keep playing the best moves. But we're seeing from Hikaru that he is actually shying away from that. Instead, he's going for some lines that the engine may consider the third or even fourth best move, but he knows it better.
Well, basically, you have to make a choice, whichever you feel that, okay, let's see if this can be working out. I mean, obviously, e5 is not a move that we all learn that it should be the best move, but it's a move, right? So let's figure out what is the best move for white. Bishop b5, as you mentioned, it's very clear that this can be a drawback of playing e5 immediately before playing a6, let's say. So probably Nakamura is going on with the line. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's only one weakness in the position on d5 after e5. So when you work with an engine, you have to work very detailed, very professionally, and very accurately what kind of alternatives you have and what is the outcome, let's say, in 5-10 moves when you simplify the position and you agree for yourself that, okay, this is a little bit better for white, but I'm going to be okay because I have my counter chances. But the main thing is, I think also that when you make the preparation, you have to understand the position very well. Where are the weaknesses? What are the dangers? What kind of counter chances you have? So that's the most important thing. And this is what I think Nakamura is very good at. That even if he's playing dubious or unexpected openings, which is not considered the best, he makes the lot of work on it to understand what exactly the evaluation of the position, let's say 5 or 7 moves from now, and he plays accordingly, and he knows exactly that in this position he plays for a win, he plays for a draw, what kind of dangers there are, so he can evaluate it and be in a very controlled situation because of his very good preparation with the engine. So I think this is what nowadays the preparation is. At the same time, let's face it, I'm not a competitive player anymore, so I'm not practicing this. But this is what I would believe that it happens nowadays. The surprise element is very important for sure.
Yeah, and that's why it's them and not us sitting there. They're studying the latest nuances in these kind of offbeat Sicilians, pawn to e5. I just want to backtrack actually and show everyone why we're kind of talking about this, why it's such a big moment already potentially in the tournament. After knight to c3, one of the main moves in the Sicilian. Of course, there are plenty. You can play the classical Sicilian with knight c6. You can play the dragon Sicilian with pawn to g6 and a fianchetto. But one of the main lines is the Najdorf, pawn to a6, and that's for many reasons. Often black wants to push with b5 later, but it is to stop this check as well, this annoying check on b5. And Robert mentioned it. After e5, Fabi, of course, availed himself of this check, and knight to d7. I said I hadn't studied it. All I know is that you give a check and you play knight to f5, and black is supposed to be in big trouble. We even see on the side of your boards there, on the left side, the percentages. White does win 43% in this position. Yeah, knight to f5. I'm wondering. I'm going to defer actually to Judith. Robert, sorry about this, but Judith, I know, is renowned as a Sicilian defense expert. I'm not, and I'm going to ask her, what do you think, Judith? Knight to f5. Why is Fabi even hesitating?
Well, because he's playing against Nakamura, and Nakamura is obviously not going to be playing e5 system because he woke up this morning and said he wants to surprise Fabiano, right? So he made his homework at home. Obviously, Fabi can't flash out simply knight f5, not because he's not going to be playing that, but I think at this stage, when your opponent is flashing out the moves and you're aware of it, that he made some preparation on this specific system, you just have to acclimatize yourself, that adjust yourself, that okay, now this is something which surprised me in move 5. I have to calm down. Nothing really crazy thing can happen. I just have to be playing very calmly, playing healthy logical moves. But of course, he has to be aware of the situation, that maybe after knight f5, I don't know what will happen, a6 or queen b6 or what. But these days, of course, with the engine kind of work, you never know what kind of interesting and unexpected idea you will be facing at the board. And obviously, Nakamura is not going to be bluffing that it's a huge risk for him. Maybe he's going to be suffering if White is doing the best. But for example, after a6, it's already a question what White is going to be playing. Because bishop d7, I don't think it can be such a good move. Probably queen d7, and after bishop g5, knight e4 might be the move. But it gets concrete, right? And it is so common that maybe amateurs also can follow it with an engine and say, okay, but it's losing, it's plus minus. I don't know exactly what is this, but generally, and of course, when you're sitting at the board and you have no idea what the computer's evaluation, you have to be there and making the work and making the evaluation against not only Nakamura, but against his preparation at home. So this is why he's hesitating. But of course, knight f5 is on the board.
And Hikaru sits down, quickly plays a6. And I actually believe what we're talking about is very true, where Hikaru, he actually is playing a sort of concrete forcing line. Judith, that variation that you were just highlighting with bishop takes knight, you give away the bishop pair at first, but you get the quick activity, and black's queen steps in front of its own light square bishop. It's awkward piece placement for black. But I mean, if we dive into that line, just to show what Hikaru might be cooking up, because it does feel like black is in some trouble, and the engine prefers white, and for a specific reason, that in this line with bishop g5, knight takes e4, knight takes g7 check, a nice intermezzo, forcing black to take the knight over on g7. And then after knight takes e4, black is in a bit of a tough spot. The d6 pawn hangs. Knight f6 check would get rid of black's dark square bishop and create all sorts of holes. But if I'm not mistaken, Hikaru tends to castle here, give up the d6 pawn, and then create a very messy position where, black has a pair of bishops, has an f pawn that can rumble forward. I don't pretend to know what to make of it. I trust Hikaru and his preparation. But my question for the two of you, and maybe Judith, you can answer this first, in a line like this where white can maybe scoop up this d6 pawn, are you committing a ton here from Hikaru's perspective, because you are giving up material, a clean pawn in the center?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure black has to give up the pawn, because black could play also d5. But it can happen many times that you give up a pawn for activity and for compensation. Like the martial attack, for example, it's very clear that who is an expert in that, they don't have any problem with most of the position because they say, okay, it's a pawn down, but I have my bishop pairs, I have full of compensation, I know exactly how to hold the position. White is not going to be able to convert the extra pawn into victory. So it's also a matter of attitude towards giving up pawns for long-term compensation. Here, I don't know if castle is possible, but it becomes very concrete. As I mentioned before, that when it's concrete, then you have to calculate and you have to see what comes out of it. Because after castle, I would take queen takes d6 to tell you the truth, and I would be kind of happy with white. I mean, okay.
Greed is good, right?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Queen G4 is coming here. I have no idea what's coming up here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad it's them again, not us. Knight F6 check, and I guess a position like this. Not
Queen
sure which
E4.
one. Queen E4. Who's attacking who? That's the big question. I guess I slide.
I thought you go Bishop E3.
Oh, I want to checkmate Judith.
You
The
will.
bishop's going to
Well,
H6.
Bishop H3.
I knew you'd say that one. I didn't have an answer, but I knew you'd say it.
Obviously, you just take it and King E2.
Oh, wow.
No? Maybe it's not
Wow.
Maybe.
working. No, maybe it's not working. Because Queen G1, you have the saving move. No, I thought you take my other rook and after Bishop A6, Queen G1.
Ah, that's even better.
Yeah,
You're
that's
right.
what I forgot
Protecting the key square. Wow. I mean, I would love to dive in and analyze this for hours, but this is the type of position that Fabi's got to mull over. And you know him very well, Robert. How do you think he's going to react? Is he going to start calculating, which he's famed for doing in the current position? If we go all the way back here, is he going to be starting bishop takes d7, bishop g5, everything forcing, or is he just going to, I don't know, try to control the position, retreat maybe back to b3 or retreat to d3? There are safer options available to him.
It's a great question, David. And for Fabiano, he has played the white side of this opening before. So this isn't new to him. And in fact, he has taken this knight on d7 in the past. And after the queen took on d7, he retreated his knight to e3, just saying, I'm going to clamp on these central squares, in particular the d5 square. And this game was from a title Tuesday of his. Some people say, blitz, oh, that's not serious chess. But this looks like a serious line. Why not just try to take over the center? And that was a 3-minute blitz game. Of course, it's not the same as a classical game where you can sit and spend even an hour on a single move. But because he has this game in the database, Judith, you've done so much preparation in your day. I know you're retired and happy and not preparing for players anymore. But when you have this own game of yours, do you sit and reflect on that thinking, well, should I return to what I know and what I prepared, or should I strive for something new because my opponent has seen that game and that's likely what they spent most of their time looking at?
Well, it's kind of tricky. I don't know how seriously Fabiano was ever looking at this position because we have to understand that the players have many real problems in their opening preparation, that they really don't know how to get advantage in long lines, in long openings, right? So you don't have time for everything to look at sidelines like this one, because maybe you would just say, for example, Kasparov. As far as I remember, I got the feeling that in many of the systems which he worked out, he was really looking and working very hard on the critical lines, the sharpest, the more difficult, the more challenging ones. And sidelines, for example, he was ignoring it kind of because he said, okay, nobody's going to be playing it. And if they do, I will handle it. Of course, these days you don't say things like this because of the engine and they can go and work out some of the sidelines like this one. But I think now maybe Fabiano will be thinking a little bit longer because it is a kind of a critical moment, I think, in this position for now. Because after bishop d7, it's very clear that Nakamura will flash out the next several moves. That's no question about it because he's prepared, he worked out. At the same time, I'm not sure if white comes back to d3, let's say, and then knight c5. whether is there anything for white at all. So, but it's clear that in that case, it's going to be a more complicated game because we exchanged only one pair of pawns. At the same time, after bishop d7, and it's round one, we should not forget about that nothing really happens if it's going to be a draw. So I would bet that he's going to be playing bishop d7 and then go for some solid thing. He's going to have a little bit more pleasant position. There's one specific weakness in black's position, which is the d5 square. But one weak square is not something that will win the game for Fabiano. And of course, for Nakamura, if he makes an easy draw in the first round against Fabiano, who is the biggest favorite or considered to be the biggest favorite of the event, is just a great start.
And just before we switch over to another game, I want to say things will be going on in Fabiano's mind. He's lost his last few classical games, I believe, at least his last two, maybe even his last three, to Hikaru. And Hikaru, his preparation in Norway chess, that key final round, and his preparation in the Grand Swiss, both of them were actually based on blitz games, on Title Tuesday type games, where Fabiano had actually shown his hand, had shown his preparation. And Fabi knows if he repeats something he's done before, he might well get punished like he was in those previous games. So Fabi, let's leave him to this kind of moral decision, whether to be principled, whether to play dynamically, or whether to just take a safer step back with his bishop. And here we see all four boards. And Robert, where else are your eyes drawn?
Well, as much as I love a little rook lift in the bottom right-hand side of our screens as Gukesh with the white pieces slid his rook up one square, kind of mysterious move, I think we have to go to the game in the bottom left between Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa, because I see an open king side where white's king is tucked in the corner and a ruined pawn structure on that same side of the board. So, David, why don't you bring up that board and dive into the details, because that one looks like a lot of fun.
Wow, you're right. This one is crazy. It already looks really unorthodox this early in the game. Alireza has only spent a few minutes up to this point, so clearly preparation from him. And before we try to figure out what's going on, let's do a quick recap to show how we got here as Praggnanandhaa trades a set of bishops. Let's go from move one. And it started as a Spanish, one we've all seen before. And in this position, the open Spanish from Praggnanandhaa capturing this pawn on e4. And very principled moves here. White tries to open the center while the black king is still stuck in the middle, but black gives the pawn back. And this is all very well-known theory as far as I'm aware. And okay, it's at this point after bishop to g4, Firouzja plays a very committal move. This is a slightly annoying pin, and he just dodges it. Queen to e1. And normally you would never see this. You would never see a top grandmaster allow their pawn structure in front of their king to be shattered. But here white has pretty much asked for that. Bishop takes f3 doesn't happen yet. I guess a capture here would hit the black knight and gain a bit of time for white. So if we go back to the game, instead, we saw a retreat preemptively, and only after knight to b3 in a few moments' time, king h1, a very mysterious move, but clearly lining up for what we see in the game. And okay, the dust does settle here after the bishop trade that we mentioned, and wow, not even rook takes c1, knight takes c1. This is some deep, deep stuff. And I'm going to ask both of you, maybe starting with Judith, what's your first thought? Is this just genius preparation? How would you evaluate this?
Genius preparation. Well, there are some engine flavor in this, I must say. Having played King H1, I was playing with white color for a long time. I was playing Open Spanish, was very fashionable. For Vichy was playing it for a long time. Korchnoi was playing it. Some other people also played it at some point. But I had very rarely this pawn structure, and definitely I never had played move 9, king h1, and queen e1. So, but this is really reflects very much how chess is changing these days. That, for example, if I would play a move like king h1 in my teenage years, obviously people were commenting on this. No, come on, it cannot be good. You're joking. You're coffee house player, right? I mean, these days, with these engines around us, you cannot make a single move that you can say and reflect that, no, this is impossible. No, we have some trust in the engine. Wow, King H1, let's check it. It's very interesting. Even though if at first you would think that, how can you come up with such a move?
Honestly, Judith, King H1 was the first step, but even this last move, like Knight takes back on C1, it doesn't seem that logical at first, but I do think we kind of collectively can understand, with the help of the Silicon friend, what Alireza is aiming for. I mean, that Knight that recaptured on C1 is probably aiming to help White play F3 to F4, because if that pawn does not get blockaded and in fact can press forward, we see the makings of a very nice looking kingside attack and initiative there. So I'm the most confused out of all of us, I'll be honest, off the bat. But now that we're here, I feel like I understand what Alireza has done. He's played extremely quickly. Praggnanandhaa himself has played quite quickly in meeting a very obscure idea. But now that we're here, Judith, I guess I'll start with you before David shares his thoughts too. Whose side would you prefer this position from?
Well, I like to be on the attacking side, and this is no matter whether king is on h1 and queen on e1 and knight on c1. I have my rook on g1, which is attacker. In the next few moves, obviously, white will regroup his knight from c1 to e2 or d3, supporting the idea which you just mentioned, f4. So I think the big challenge is for black to somehow decide what to do, because on the queen side, because of the weaknesses of the b5 pawn, is there, it's not going to be a place for safety for the king on the queen side. While if you want to castle short side, then you may end up having some attacks that you should be handling. Actually, I believe that before white is going to bring his knight, the best plan I would think to play, maybe try to play, for example, after castle, to try to play queen e3. The queen on e3 probably stands very well, controlling some very important squares, also on c5, but also to look on the king side. Yes, David, queen h6 over there, and only after that to play knight e2, so to control also the f4 and support the move f4. So if white can go queen e3, knight e2, rook a d1, f4, then there is a huge advantage, because in these positions the d5 pawn can be also very vulnerable and weak. So obviously I pick white.
And
what about
I'm
you
not,
guys?
I'm not
Robert,
gonna argue.
which side do you take?
I'm going to let David speak first. That way I can then choose. If he says he'll take the black side, I'll have to choose between the two of you who I like better. But no, David, take it away. I mean, I agree with Judith at first, but do you have any counter thoughts to that?
No, I mean, after seeing all of those plans and how easily they flow, that's the most important thing in chess, kind of the ease of plans, how natural they are. Yeah, it's hard to argue against White's position. I am old-fashioned, though, and I don't believe Pragg has done anything wrong. He's played quickly, as you mentioned, Robert, especially met by a surprise, but he's played very principled chess. His knight in e6 looks nice. If he can somehow stop f4, then it's going to sit there for a long, long time. It's just the dilemma of the king. I would love to get a few more moves. I would love to kind of get queen h4. I would love to, actually, I'm not sure what else, push a pawn to g6 and just sit there. But yeah, it's all about this pawn. As Judith was saying, if it was back on b7, I think black is better. Black simply plays queen h4 and castles queenside and laughs about what white's been doing. But right now, yeah, I think I would choose the side who's more familiar with the plans and the side that's better prepared, the side that studied this with Stockfish or Leela Zero or whatever engine you name. And unfortunately for Pragg right now, that is Alireza. So yeah, I think he's doing the right thing, Robert. Before I put you on the spot, he's doing the right thing by sitting, thinking, because it's a critical moment this early in the game. And now you have to decide white or black.
Before Robert decides, sorry, I have a question. No, but you're not getting away from this, making a decision and pick. But before that, I want to ask you both whether how much do you think we do have principled chess anymore? Because sometimes I really have the feeling that before the engines came, we were talking a lot about our intuition. That intuitively I felt good about this, or I feel bad about this, or I think the attack I'm going to be in time, or I'm not in time, or whatever. But these days we cannot talk about intuition so much because we press the engine and it tells us your intuition can be this or that, but actually you're wrong, right? So I think here it becomes very concrete. So if black can go queen h4 and h5 stop rook g4 and control, let's say, the f4, then it's good. If not, not. So how much we have these principles of chess working these days?
Well, I appreciate you giving me a little bit more time. So I'll start by answering this question, and then I'll get into the nitty gritty of the position. So, I mean, the principles have changed. I think that's pretty clear. Where, if we think even back to the 19th century, there were certain principles of the game that you had to follow. Otherwise, you'd be called, as you said, Judith, a coffee house player, someone who just didn't really understand the game. But because we have this instant feedback mechanism, we know that, well, what you can do in this position is actually okay. I mean, look at this, right? The computer is hovering in the center, saying that, well, David's point is well taken. Black has done nothing wrong. He's pretty much done everything in a solid fashion. White also hasn't really committed a penalty either. Like, we see that it's still acceptable. So now I will answer the question about this specific position. My coach, Miran Sher, he always used to tell me, like, think about where your pieces belong, dream moves, and that knight on c6 is the problematic piece. I would love nothing more than to bring that knight, teleport it to the f4 square or to h5, somewhere of that nature. So if I can't get to f4 in one turn, it may take two. Knight e7, g6, can I get there in time? It's a question I don't have the answer to, but I would really like to stop white from just blasting that pawn forward and creating problems on the black king side. So that's what I'm aiming for. I don't know if I have the time because white's queen e3 and knight e2 seems incredibly obvious and natural. So I am nervous for Praggnanandhaa. That's how I'll answer the question is, while I would be hopeful that I could get there in time, I'm looking at the way he's spending his time here. Alireza playing instantly. Judith, David, I'm thinking about this from Alireza's perspective as he must be happy with his position.
Yeah, and I'm going to jump in on Judith's question about just modern chess and how things are evolving and kind of classic rules, traditional rules. I mean, probably my worst habit in life, especially in chess, though, is saying, that player has no understanding. They don't know where the pieces belong. But I've been told off by so many friends for doing that because. Judith, your point is right. Like, modern chess is teaching us so many new avenues, and just because someone's doing something that we haven't seen before or that we frown upon doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. It's just not what we're used to, and we're seeing so many new ways, so many new avenues, and we have to thank the Silicon overlords for that one. But either way, it's really refreshing. Actually, we don't want to see the same lines of the Berlin every day. We want to see this type of chess where clearly Alireza has spent weeks. Months delving into the nuances of these kind of quirky lines in the Spanish, and we get in a position that we're all kind of unfamiliar with, but that's the joy of chess. It means we have to analyze something new. Pragg has to find something a bit creative just to stay in the game potentially, and it's not necessarily about playing the best moves, as we mentioned earlier with Nakamura. It's about playing moves that test the opponent and taking them out of their comfort zone. So I really love what we're seeing. In terms of concrete moves, I think we're all struggling with black. I like your idea, Robert, knight to e7, knight to g6. A lot of calculation is needed, though, and I don't know about you two, but I'm expecting Pragg. He spent 10 minutes on this one move. I'm expecting him to spend at least the same again as he tries to break it down and try to figure out how to guide this one towards safety, if it's even possible.
Yes, because I believe that it's a crucial moment of a game. And as we know, at this level, there are not so many critical moments in one game. But I think this is one of them, because now black really needs to be paying attention very much about the time element, whether he's going to be reaching the aimed position and controlling on some degree the f4, f5 squares. So I also like knight e7, by the way, but not only because you're trying to reach out now g6 to f4, but also because you're ready to protect your pawn on d5 with c6. Or even to play c5 and rook a7, rook d7 at some point, but maybe that's too over-optimistic. Maybe queen d7, rook d8, it makes more sense. But sometimes d4 can be also very powerful counter chance for black in these positions.
And then knight on c6 actually is in harm's way if you do want to play d4, which is such a lovely idea because it's loose on c6 and loose pieces drop off. A piece going to e4, whether it's the queen or the bishop, could pose some serious danger for black. So Judith, you're asking this question about principles and if things have changed. I'm going to have us change our game, and we're going to head to the bird's eye view because I think you're going to like what you see, or maybe dislike, depending on your vantage point. If we look at the bottom right-hand side of our screen between Gukesh and Vidit, I mean, we have doubled F pawns, a king still in the center, a rook for white that somehow slid up to A2 and over to the center. Things are weird on that board. And before we dive in and get a really close look, I just want to note that in the top right, Abasov and Yanapamshi, there's an isolated pawn in the center for Abasov, but things are under control for both sides. And the top left, we do have a dynamic where they're bishops of opposite color between Fabiano and Hikaru, but Hikaru Nakamura is moving instantly. He is still well with his preparation. So I do think we should dive into the game between Gukesh and Vidit. And Judith, I am going to throw it to you first because I'm a nice guy and ask you, what in the world are we seeing here? What do you make of this? Because the engine, it's right down the middle, but this position is very bizarre to my eyes.
Well, I think again, well, it's funny that you picked this game after I was just mentioning that plan of mine in the previous one with Rook A7, Rook D7, because this is again something that I have the feeling that it's an engine idea. I'm sorry to bring this up back and back, but this is how the chess as a sport is transforming. That in some ways people think that because we have the engines in chess, that the chess is going to be killed. And actually, it's not killed at all. It is completely transformed, and the players are adjusting themselves. Of course, in Gukesh's case, who is so young, he's like 17 or 18 years old, he did not have to adjust himself so much, contrary to maybe Fabiano, who is already over 30, or Nakamura, who really has to adjust himself to the new trends and the new possibilities, and just to be open-minded about these kind of moves. Though a long time ago we also had moves like this, but somehow this combination, what you mentioned, king on e1, having the double pawn, the two bishops are on the f1 and c1, somehow it does not look at the moment so harmonious, right? And I'm not even sure if white really wants to grab the pawn on d5 necessarily. Because if, let's say, white would just grab, let's say queen e7, probably white wants to go, I don't know, c5. But let's say if queen e7 takes everything on d5 and black moves away with the bishop to e5 maybe, then develops with the bishop. I mean, it can easily happen that black has enough compensation. So, but it will become extremely concrete. This is, again, what I can say. And indeed, on the d file, the black queen can get in trouble. So this is the threat for the moment. And obviously, after rook d2, black seems to be in a situation where he has to decide queen c7 or queen e7, I believe.
Judith, it's even white's move, so white can get greedy and grab the pawn. Black is just castled, so it's literally a gambit. And
that I missed. So the idea must be c takes d5, bishop e5?
Must be. Oh, this gets sharp now. And what if white just defends? Defends the knight?
In that case, it looks like black is not in time. I was very enthusiastic trying to save black with black's move, but actually...
extra move is always nice. I agree.
I guess he takes d5, right? And the game just continues here from a state where you can't afford to take on d5 if you're white because the bishop on b2 is loose. So it's a really messy affair. And as I look at this position, I mean, Vidit is a very classically trained player. I mean, he doesn't have the style of some of the others where they just take risks no matter who their opponent is. So when I look at this position, he's done nothing wrong. And David, if you can just go back to the moment rook a2 was played, because I'm actually looking at the times. This opening wasn't blitzed out by Gukesh. So I actually wonder how much of this was over the board inspiration. I looked, a rook a2 had been played a handful of times before, but it is not the main move, not even by a long shot. So I am curious, when they interviewed Gukesh after the game, did he really know this? Because the amount of time he's spending, Judith, you played so much high-level chess. Does this indicate to you that he kind of came up with this on the fly, or that he is just settling in to his first candidates?
It's kind of tricky because sometimes you tend to think that on such a level, everybody prepares everything. At the same time, it can happen very easily. I think that youngsters, well, when I was a youngster, I could get tempted if I have an idea. Wow, I have an idea. Why not to do that? But it's very difficult to believe that he came up with Rook A2 at the board. It can happen that he has this idea that, well, it may be interesting, but the other one is also okay. Or he decides, well, if I go for the main line, which I considered, it's no big deal anyway. So I may try this to surprise my opponent. I would be very surprised if it would be completely new and came up with this idea at the board.
Yeah, it's maybe a case, Judith. You mentioned the fact that engines have just broadened our horizons, but sometimes I've been there in kind of training sessions where humans, they just kind of suggest crazy moves. They're like, oh, it looks silly, but let's check what the engine says. And then the engine says, okay, it's not the best, but it's not that bad. And then they're like, okay, if it's not that bad, if I don't lose on the spot, I'll play it anyway because it's cool, because it's quirky and unexpected. And Rook A2, it's kind of reeks of that, just a crazy kind of human suggestion that engines are saying, okay, it's not that bad. And just to point out the next couple of moves to catch up with the game, after knight to e5, rook to d2, clearly the continuation. So pin on the d file means the c pawn is untouchable. And yeah, knight takes f3, g takes f3. I think even if Vidit had studied this, then probably he'd have looked at queen takes f3, but g takes f3, and what do we think? Gukesh, maybe he's just going to develop bishop to b2. If he's a lazy calculator like me, bishop to b2, put a piece on a nice square, line up later with rook g1. Similar to that Alarezo game we saw with an open g file. But okay, I'm going to put you both on the spot. If you had to pick right now, I'm going to turn it back on Robert. Use your question from earlier. White or black? Whose position is easier to play?
It's actually an easy answer for me. I'm surprised by this myself, but I like this position for Vidit. I do think he is playing true to his style, where he's not going to be the one to take unnecessary risks. And I think White has much more to prove. We were already just looking at capturing on d5. It gets actually quite tricky and tactical. And if that's the case, I mean, White doesn't have all the time in the world. At any moment, Black can strike with a move like a5. We've talked about overextended pawn structures in other games. Black's pawn on b4. That at some point can be targeted depending on how Gukesh proceeds. So given the clock situation, given that Vidit has really just developed, castled, brought his king to safety, I will pick Vidit as the more comfortable player right now, even though the engine's right in the middle. So Judith, please correct me if you feel differently, but I do feel like Vidit is playing true to his chess style.
Well, not to argue with you, don't misunderstand me, but definitely I will take White. I mean, look at the G file. I mean, I can visualize it. Maybe it will not work, but I will put my rook on G1, bishop on B2. Maybe at some point to play even F4 just to make sure that my bishop will be a trailblazer there. Maybe even sacrifice something on knight takes D5. So if I can make 3 moves, I'm very happy with White. But maybe I don't have to make 3 moves.
Well, David, I'm gonna throw the question back to you, but before I do, just 2 quick things. One, this rook a2, rook d2 maneuver kind of reminds me of that game between Ding and Nepo in the World Championship, where it was that Richard Rapport idea, and Ding ended up taking that game. But also, this kind of reminds me of Vidit as Black against Parham, where Parham came for him, and Vidit was just stoic. He was resilient, and he was able to win a recent game. So, David, I'm going to, as I said, throw the question back to you. Whose position would you prefer right now, taking into account the styles of the players?
Oof, Robert, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but Black's done nothing wrong. I don't understand how Black could ever be worse here. Black has done everything right, developed, castled, occupied the center. It's White who's trying to be creative. And I think your latter point is extremely relevant right now. I think actually this position suits both. Gukesh, he's a fiery player, a streaky player. If he gets a tactical position, he can take anyone down pretty much. But Vidit, he'll be waiting for his chances. I think anyone with Black in the Candidates tournament will be trying to set up solidly and take their chances when they come. And if Gukesh overpresses, he's already pretty much committed to a bit of an attack for White. But yeah, if he loses the thread, if he loses control, if the White king is stuck in the center for much longer, then I would certainly take black. So I'm going to sit on the fence slightly. I'm going to say I'm more used to these positions as black. I'm not used to having this type of kind of responsibility to be creative that Gukesh has taken on his own shoulders there. But if anyone can handle it, Gukesh can. He looks pretty calm there on the camera, sipping his water. And yeah, this clash of the Indians, it's really nice as well to see that they're going for each other. And yeah, if there is a winner, they will certainly feel confident about their chances for the rest of the tournament. So yeah, this is a fascinating start to this game.
If you like the position, both of you with black so much, like, I'm going to challenge you. I go bishop b2.
Okay. Your move, Robert.
I brought up the move a5. I'm not sure how useful it is right now, but I would. Well, we might see something like this, right? Because Gukesh has played bishop b2. I was thinking a5 just to challenge the queenside setup, and if you ever push b5, I'll have queen e7. So I'm trying to maybe force the issue from White's perspective and say you have a lot to prove yourself because your king is in the center and you're underdeveloped. But Judith, I'll be honest with you. As a commentator, I feel better about Black's position. As a player, I'd be super scared along the G file. I'd be worried I'm going to get checkmated. I'm with you. Like, I'm completely there with you. And so I think, there's no surprise that Gukesh is aiming for the Black King and playing for that enterprising style.
Well, after a5, I'm not going to be playing b5 and giving up all the beautiful black squares. So after a5, I think I would try first to go to c5. So after a5, I go c5. Where do you go with your bishop? To e5?
Okay. I want to pass the move back to you. I should have mentioned earlier, I'll take Black's position against anyone other than Judith. Okay, I'll go bishop.
Bad luck.
I'll go bishop e7.
Go to e7?
I'll play bishop e5 just for just to pretend I'm brave, to be principled.
And after rook g1, you go g6. Or what are your plans?
I'll trade on b4 and then think again. Okay, g6 feels a bit ugly, but f4 is coming.
g6? No, let's go g6. I trust Judith. That's what I'm saying.
After g6, after g6, maybe just bishop d3 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for the moment, the problem is that f4 is not possible, right? Because bishop c3 and knight e4. So that's why I'm thinking to play bishop d3. But I think it's a very tense position.
I agree. I definitely agree. And the players, I mean, they are looking at these pieces, looking at these squares, because there's a lot to prove for both of them. So while they do that, I think it's our time to step away, gain some refreshments, and we will be back shortly from Toronto, Canada for the first round of the 2024 FIDE Candidates. Do not go anywhere. I'm with both David Howell and the legendary Judith Polgar. We'll be back in a few.
Ever since the chess engine Deep Blue defeated world champion Garry Kasparov in 1997, computers have been better at chess than even the best humans. Today, the margin isn't even close. Top engines play near-perfect chess, and playing against them is basically futile. But every now and again, there's a chess puzzle that stumps the engines, and us humans can solve it faster. Let's take a look at our first puzzle. So when we initially look here, the engine, as you can see, still thinks it's a draw. But if left for long enough, eventually it might find the mate in 8 sequence. So let's look at the first most intuitive sacrifice, maybe bishop f7. But then after the king takes back, queen follows up with queen h5, king g7. There's no real follow-up. There's no continued attack for white. So if we go back to the initial position, let's try that. Well, I already gave it away. Let's try that in a different move order, where instead of the bishop coming in first, we sacrifice the queen. As humans, of course, we love to sacrifice our queen. It just feels so good. And the king takes, and now we do the bishop check, and you'll see that this critical g6 square is cut off. So the best try for black is to go down here to king h8, and then we have a very quiet but deadly move. So we can bring in knight d2. Not attacking right away, but it's preparing knight f3, which, as you can see, would lead to checkmate. What black can do is try to delay this, maybe by pinning. We can just push here, takes, and now black can only delay the inevitable. They can try f4 here to try to give themselves an escape square, but we just go knight f3 all the same, king g4, and now we have the pièce de résistance, a quiet, subtle e4. Now they have no more moves. No matter what black plays, we have checkmate on the next move. Ooh, how satisfying is that?
We return for round one of the 2024 FIDE Candidates. Live from Toronto, you see the 8 contestants in the Candidates Tournament and the 8 contestants in the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. It is the first round. Nobody has scored a point yet, but the action is just getting started. And the players, they're giving it their all because there is a lot at stake. A world championship match on the line for both tournaments. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is David Howell and Judith Polgar. Judith, start with you. The early going of this first round, anything stand out to you, or do you feel like, well, nothing major, but remains to be seen?
Well, I think it's absolutely fantastic what's going on. I mean, we passed less than an hour from the start of the candidates, and we have practically fire on the board. Maybe Nijat against Nepo is the most soft and solid game. The other 3 is anything can happen from 1 second to another. A lot of opportunities, even though we cannot say that there is a huge advantage anywhere for either color, but it's the type of position where one move and it's gone. So the tension is really high for all the players, I believe, right now. We couldn't have dreamed of better.
I'm with you, Judith. And David, I was going to say that in the top left, I'm looking at Hikaru Nakamura's clock, even more than the board. He has barely spent any time. So he's clearly in his preparation. Of course, we can dive more into that board in a minute. But in the top right, we haven't actually been able to dive in just yet between Nijat Abasov and Jan Nepomniachtchi. So David, I did want to ask you, Abasov, by far the lowest rated player in this tournament. Do you think that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's looking at his current position and thinking, wait a sec, I have some chances here. Let me try to score the first victory of the tournament.
Yeah, I think Jan Nepomniachtchi, with all of his experience and all of his great experiences in the candidates tournament, he's going to be feeling optimistic. Jan, he's really kind of built those kind of triumph those kind of victories in the candidates tournament on black wins. He's won a lot of games from the Petrov, for example. Solid start, the opponent overpresses, the opponent tries to do something, and then he just counterattacks and never lets the opponent back in. And candidates, it's about not losing, but it's also about getting those precious victories. And this might look level, it might look dull. It's symmetrical pawn structure, pretty much. The center has totally disappeared. But that's job one done for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's equalized effortlessly with black. And we do know that Abasov, he's the lowest rated player by a significant distance. If he starts playing for a draw too much here, and maybe he already has started in that manner, then I do fear for him. I'm expecting black's queen now to recapture this knight, hitting this pawn now on b2. If knight takes bishop, black will have a slightly better bishop than white's knight potentially. Should be level, should be a draw, but Judith, I think Jan's going to be happy. Not a bad start, 0 risk with black. What more could you ask for?
Well, I agree with you that he can't be too unhappy with his position. Really, the b7 bishop is a much better one than the b3, and the b3 anyway maybe not going to be lasting too long. I think in this position with white, the big question is the mindset of the player. Whether is he really want, I have to make a draw, I have to make a draw. This is round 1 against Nepo. That's a good start. So if you're playing for a draw very much, you may end up very easily in trouble. And this is a position where already there is a slight feeling that black is actually may take over in this position, because queen on f6 is very active, looking at the b2 pawn to capture, put pressures on a f3 knight, especially that after knight a5 was played, the move ago for Nepo opened up the diagonal. The rook from a8 is ready to go to rook d8 with the tempo. The b3 bishop can always be taken because it's not going to be moving. So it's already clearly unpleasant with white, I must say. I was thinking at first that queen d4 comes to my mind immediately, that somehow I want to eliminate all these attackers around. But after queen d4, maybe queen g6 is unpleasant, queen f4. It shouldn't be too bad for white, but I think white has to be playing very accurately the next couple of moves to not to get in trouble.
And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, as David was indicating, in the last 2 candidates, in the 2020/2021 candidates, he beat Anish Giri from the black side in round 1. In 2022 in Madrid, he beat Ding Liren from the black side. He would like to make it 3 in a row. The hat trick would be a great start for his 2024 campaign. And I have to say that this is the dream outcome for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's done, as David would say, all the right things. He has just played principal chess, and he has a clearly better position against the lowest rated player in the field, who may be nervous to prove himself on this huge stage. And I mean, Judith, I kind of had a question for you as somebody who was among the highest rated players in the world of all time. When there was a tournament where a round robin, let's say, where one player was by far the lowest rated, were you the type of player who would just be like a shark and aim for that player? Or what was your mindset like, and what do you think Jan's is like here in the candidates?
First of all, I think he's kind of unhappy that he started the game with the lowest rated player, because in round 1 you try to warm up anyway to play with the black pieces. It's not so bad. Actually, we have queen d4 on the board. So you can have mixed feelings, because obviously there is a very good chance that Nijat is going to have a difficult time, or he may have a difficult time, let's say already in round 9 and 10, when if, let's say, he had lost some of the games, he made some draws, maybe he won, but whatever result he's going to be making, he's going to have a very difficult and challenging time. So it's not the same to play against the lower player in the first round, and it can be not the same to play against him in the second half of the tournament. So it's kind of a tricky thing. At the same time, I'm sure that Nepo has a mindset of playing a game today, playing it out all the way, giving the possibility or the chance for white to make mistakes. But I'm pretty sure that he's very confident in this game. So it can be also very tricky when you specifically think that just because someone is the lowest rated of the tournament, that you take it for granted that you should be winning with the white or the black color. Obviously, you want it to happen, but it can also also be a problem if you underestimate your opponent. So you have to be very balanced and very calm. How and what kind of risks are you taking specifically because you're playing against a lower rated player than you are?
David, I think that Nepo, he's not taking those risks. He is playing calm chess. And question for you, as you've essayed grind like a grandmaster, you're looking at this position. I mean, black can ruin white's pawn structure on both sides of the board, but I think this is a very good illustration of that mantra, all rook endgames are drawn. If we do, in fact, see black just capture everything, I think the resulting position looks like it should actually be quite a straightforward path towards a half point for white.
Yeah, and I think this is a good moment to put some moves on the board to show what will be going through Jan's mind right now. I think the first thing to calculate, as you say, Robert, what happens if just everything gets exchanged. For example, here, I think he'll flick in a queen trade, Abasov, and first of all, who has the worst structure? I'm not entirely sure. Yes, white's got doubled B pawns. Black has doubled F pawns, as does white here. But as you say, just not enough material. Double pawns actually aren't the worst thing in the world in rook endgames. And this one will fizzle out to a draw. We'll see some rook exchanges. Rooks will fly off the board and a handshake very, very shortly. So Jan can pretty much force the draw here and now by getting those queens off. Judith mentioned a very interesting thing if we go back to the game. Queen to g6. I think that might be the way to try and play on. As you mentioned, if you're trying to grind out a win, normally you just want the game to go on. It doesn't necessarily mean you trade out off into an endgame, but Queen g6 asks the question, what are you doing about potential weakness on g2? But if white can solve this, I'm looking at moves like bishop c2, then maybe white, actually with the better rooks, with the more centralized queen, is in decent shape. So I'm wondering how he even keeps the game going, Jan, right now. I said he'd done everything right, but in terms of a kind of wanting a win with black, I'm wondering why the computer says 0.2 as we see just on the left side of our screens there at the board. How can black ever be better in that endgame that we pointed out? Well, I need help here, guys.
Black is probably 0.2 better, but we know that would be heading towards a draw. So we know about Jan Nepomniachtchi, the two-time reigning champion of this Candidates tournament, but I don't think the public knows that much about Nijat Abasov. So why don't we share about Nijat and himself as a player? And we'll take a look at this short video and how he got to the Candidates.
He's the candidate no one expected. In August of last year, Abasov was ranked number 97 in the world. But he shocked everyone by reaching the semifinals of the World Cup with an impressive string of victories. Even then, Abasov finished fourth and needed some help from an unexpected source. World Cup winner Magnus Carlsen decided not to claim his rightful candidate spot, and so the 28-year-old Azerbaijani took his place as the alternate. It's been an uphill battle for Abasov, who is still the lowest rated player in the field by quite a bit. But he has already stunned the chess world once just by getting here, and he did it by defeating a fellow candidate, Vidit Gutrati. In the third-place match, he even beat candidate Fabiano-Caruana in their first game. Now Abasov has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Will his Candidates tournament be remembered as the next big surprise?
It was an earned path to the Candidates for Nijat Abasov. People may not have known him beforehand, but a top 4 finish and getting into the Candidates because Magnus Carlsen did not want to play. He did represent himself and his country very well. But now that he's here, he is the lowest rated. But David, I'll throw this to you first. Nijat, he beat Vidit and Fabiano in classical time control in the World Cup. So while he is the big underdog in the field, he's the player that everybody would like to beat twice, he's proven that he can actually score that upset, and he's done that in the very event that qualified him for the Candidates.
Yeah, he's a very dangerous player. He's been consistently between 2600 and 2650, a very, very good level for many, many years. Abasov, he's been working a lot on his chess. He takes it very seriously. Great in the openings, slightly offbeat openings sometimes, but well prepared there. And yeah, he was successful at using that kind of lower rating, at least relatively, as a superpower during the World Cup. He was kind of baiting his opponents into these really messy, complicated positions where they would go all out to try and beat him. and then he'd be ready. He'd counterattack, or he'd be better prepared than them in those messy lines. And I think that's his kind of recipe for success. I don't think he's going to win this tournament. I don't think he has kind of dreams or aspirations of that. He just wants to be out there competing with the best and enjoying the moment. That's what brought him success at the World Cup. And before asking you, Judith, I'm going to put you on the spot, Robert. I saw your predictions before this tournament. We ran it through a supercomputer, 0.7% chance of Abasov winning the tournament, but you said that was too high. What are your thoughts behind that one?
I'm just being honest. He has 0% chance of winning this tournament. It's not meant to be disrespectful. I mean, he is such a great player, but it's just the level of competition in this field is through the roof. It's right, some of the best players in chess history. And while Nijat, he did, get a bit fortunate that Magnus decided not to participate in the candidates. He did play a great event in the World Cup, but that's 2-game mini matches and then rapid to knock people out. It's not the same. And I do not mean any disrespect. I really want to make that clear, is that I think that he has 0% chance of winning. I'll stand behind that, but he is a fantastic player, and he does have a shot at beating some of the best players in this tournament, including Jan Nepo. But Judith, as we dive back into the chess here, and you can also talk about Abasov, an underdog mentality. Look at Jan just did. He traded queens, put a rook on d8. I mean, do you think this was the best path forward for him? And do you think that he is realistically thinking this is, from Jan's perspective, of playing for a win?
Well, when we left it after queen d4 and we were discussing whether queen g6 or capturing on f3 and b3 or capturing on d4, it is a typical question that a real professional, real good player at such an event, he's not going to be playing queen g6 just because he plays against a much lower rated player. And I think this is very much the right approach, and that's the secret of Jan, that somehow he can make a very good evaluation, a practical decision in a tournament, because he sees it that this is one game, right? So if he's going to be pushing it too hard, it doesn't make any sense. And maybe he would be going into dangerous path already. So he exchanged on d4, he played rook d8, which is a very healthy and active moves for black. And probably he believes that he may give a little difficulty for white and little unpleasant moments, and white has to make the accurate moves. But I don't think he has real dreams, maybe dreams yet, but no, he's going to be winning the game. He says, I'm going to be playing the best moves. If I can press a little bit, fine. If it's a draw, it's a draw. And then I focus on the next round because it's a long event. And I think very much this is the best approach. And regarding that somebody is the underdog, it can be very tricky, because for him, of course, it's the life of his tournament as an opportunity to play against these top guys with both colors. I do also believe that he does not have many chance to win the tournament. At the same time, I believe he's going to give a hard time for some of the players who are going to be racing for winning the tournament. So he's definitely going to be there and give some difficult moments in very important games.
I'm with you. And this game, it may not have the most life to it compared to some of the others going on, but I think it's fair to say that Nijat Abasov, he will help determine who wins the candidates, even if he is not the player who ultimately will go on to the World Championship. So let's zoom out of this game. Maybe slight advantage for Jan Nepo, but nothing real. It looks like Nijat, he is holding his own. So as we look at our bird's eye view, I will say that in the top left, between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano-Caruana, Fabio with the white pieces, it's like playing checkers almost on two separate boards. I like to say that white has complete control of the light squares, black will control many of the dark squares, but so far it looks like Fabi is doing perfectly fine on the board, but Hikaru still with a big lead on the clock. In the bottom left, between Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa, it is anyone's game there. It's getting quite combative, I would say, in that game. And the bottom right, well, Vidit played a5, so he decided to strike. So, David, I'm going to throw it to you. Which game do you want to look at? Because all of them, to my eyes, looks extremely exciting.
Yeah, I think it's time to go full circle, Robert, and go back to that game between Caruana and Nakamura that we started with at the beginning of the day, purely because I think that's where we've seen the most developments, the most has changed. We started with that surprise as early as move 5 from Nakamura. Fabi spent a bit of time. Actually, if we look at the clocks now, he's a full half hour, even more, behind on the clock. But I do like the way Fabiano's handled it. He's found a position, in my opinion, with minimal risk with white. Yes, he has the slightly worse pawn structure due to the fact he's got doubled F-pawns here. But it looks like a lot of control on the light squares. That checkers game looks like it's favoring him right now, and a big weakness to target. And what do you think? Should we do a quick recap? Because I think there were some spectacular moves along the way. Actually, I see that... okay, let's go back all the way to when we left it after a6. We were talking about bishop takes d7 for a long time, very concrete, very sharp. Fabiano, I think rightfully, retreating instead, changing things up from that Title Tuesday game we mentioned. And after pawn to b5, he drops back, knight c5, hitting the bishop and hitting this knight. Fabi just says, okay, I don't care. Bishop to g5, and quick development here. We saw some trades, and here we see the light squared dominance for white, d5, nice juicy square for the knight or the queen, and pawn to e4 just before white was able to establish a bind in the center. A really nice activating temporary pawn sacrifice from Nakamura, activating this bishop along the diagonal. Knight takes e4. Okay, Judith, is that worth the double exclamation mark move? It's a nice tactic.
Well, I guess we would play, all of us, knight e4, most likely. But interesting that black had to play e4, provoking some exchange of pawns, exchanging the central pawn on e5 to the b2 pawn. Not to keep it very passive for black, right?
Yeah, that would have been very passive, I guess. Castling, at the very minimum, white could play a move like bishop to d5 and just occupy e4. It's probably better than this. But as you mentioned, e4, I think we'd all take on e4 here. Computer says it's brilliant. It is a sacrifice. After knight takes e4, a simple pin wins the knight back. Black cannot defend. For example, queen to e7 would be disastrous. I'm assuming for multiple reasons, including just bishop to d5, double attack. Picking up this knight as well, next move. So black castles getting out the way, and bishop takes b2, level material. And if we catch up with the current position, bishop f6, queen d5, rook c8. Okay, concretely, I'm really attracted to white's position. I'm just not sure what to do next, I've got to admit. So this is where I need help. How does white improve? Does white just start bringing this rook into the game? Does white start pushing on the king's side somehow? Does white start going for the queenside pawns? Robert, am I just being too biased here due to the fact that white has possession of one nice square?
I love white's position. There is precisely no risk whatsoever. I think that it's easy to play from Fabiano's perspective because he doesn't carry any of that responsibility that, in fact, Hikaru's position does have. But it's difficult to play these positions. You just said like 4 different moves and ideas, and all of them look good to my eyes. Like rook on b1, does it go to d1 to put pressure on d6? Does it go to e1 because that's an open file and you already have one rook there? Or do you leave the rook there and choose later by bringing your queen into b7 to aim at the vulnerable black queenside pawn? So Judith, I'm going to do the responsible thing and throw this over to you because you have a world of experience playing Sicilians in these types of positions. Bishops of opposite color. We're not in endgame, so we don't just agree to a draw. The black king may be in a bit of a worse location than the white king because of the presence of the light square bishop. Does white have real chances to press here, or do you think Hikaru, he's right at home?
Well, definitely I would also pick the white side. There is not too many questions about that. At the same time, it's again becoming very concrete, I believe, because if white has enough time to play rook d1, bringing back the queen, having the bishop on d5, let's say rook on d1, queen on e2, bishop d5, somehow to control the diagonals and the files as well, then it has an incredible opportunity for white. And it's very hard for black to get counter chances. At the same time, if black is able to play very quickly rook c5, first of all, the f5 pawn, it can be targeted. But more importantly, I believe after rook c5, the idea black should have to block the b3 powerful bishop by playing d5, maybe queen d6, rook d8. And if black can do that, black has no problem at all, because the b3 bishop is the real thing. which can cause problem or very unpleasant situation for black. So I think this is the debate and this is the question, whether can white control the a2 g8 diagonal and keep the d6 pawn there.
Yeah, it's not easy. I'm trying to do some calculation here. I mean, for example, rook to d1 was, let's play some moves on the board. Rook to d1 was my kind of original intention, but rook to c5, it looks like white can win a pawn, but I'm not sure you want to win this pawn. Robert, you mentioned that
Can I go queen c8? Queen c8 is not an option to look for counter chance f5 and rook d8?
Well, that's tricky. I would definitely blunder something here if this were a blitz game. Okay, queen c8.
You can go rook d1 because rook d8, queen d8.
I think you should, David. You should definitely show that because it looks like black is winning, but the joke is actually on the player from the black side because rook d8 gets back rank checkmate. That's really beautiful.
Oh yeah, skewer, but whoops, back rank more important, and yeah, a really nice spot there, Judith. Tactical wizardry there, checkmate on the back rank. So maybe white would have time.
You're right that queen takes d6 probably has to be exchanged.
Yeah, queen takes d6. I mean, I just did it on autopilot without calculating, which wasn't very clever. But yeah, I mean, I guess my point was black's not too unhappy in a position like this. Although white plays pawn to a4 here, I guess maybe. f5 is loose. Feels like this should be within the drawing margins, although with rooks on the board, as Robert said.
Maybe white can go rook d5 first.
Keeping
or
things
am I blundering? Rook takes, bishop takes, rook d8, I can go g3.
Yeah, no back rank again. I'll keep pointing out the checkmates when I see them. Yeah, g3. How would you evaluate this? Is this closer to a draw? White is temporarily a pawn up, but...
Well, I think it's pretty drawish. For example, maybe king f8 is also an opportunity because it's difficult for the bishop to move. You cannot go back to b3 because of a4. You cannot go c4 because takes and rook d4.
Nice point.
So that's the reason I played king f8. And once we exchange, it's a very equalish position.
Dead draw now. Yeah, it feels like Fabi, he will reluctantly go down this path if he finds nothing better. But should we try? I don't know. Rook to d1. Maybe he's just going to keep queens on at this point. Again, I want tricks on f7, but I'm not sure I'm ever going to get it as long as black is vigilant here. Again, just pawn to a5. Maybe black can even just take on f5. The more I look at it, the more I think Nakamura, his preparation, his extra time on the clock.
Actually, I would play d5 here with black. Can't I go d5?
Clever. If I take reluctantly,
you just take it.
Walking into a pin, but maybe you just play king h8 and you say life goes on.
Yeah, king h8.
Just so there's no checks on f7.
It's a very weird position. Both sides are kind of hanging on by a thread.
Maybe rook e1.
Oof, that's classy. Oof. It's very nice. Just defend, and next move, the bishop is free. Yeah, it feels like Fabi has to go for something like this. I don't see much else in the current position. Rook c5 is just so quick. And yeah. Let's see what is in store. Hikaru looks like he's found a nice idea with rook c5. Fabiano's move. Okay. Robert, what are you thinking here? Is it time to zoom out to the bird's eye view?
Yes, let's zoom out of this because it does look balanced. And Hikaru Nakamura, he is on a huge unbeaten streak, I want to add. So he's been phenomenal. And let's, as we look at these boards, I'm really interested in the bottom right-hand side of our screen because Vidit Gujrati has sacrificed a pawn. He has given up his d-pawn right there in the center, closing the center down, and he's trying to claim that despite the material disadvantage, he is in better shape because White's king sits in the center. I think this is a huge moment. Judith, you mentioned there are just a few critical moments in games because, well, they can get out of hand if you don't find the correct follow-up. This felt like a critical moment, and I think the player is about even on time. Judith, whose position would you now prefer?
Ooh, that's a tough question. And to be honest, in the last move, it's turning who is taking the initiative, I think. Before c takes d5, I felt white has the initiative. And if I go c5 or somehow queen b3 even, I don't know, somehow I keep the tension, then it's white who has the bishop on the long diagonal, the pressure, the threat of taking on d5. But after the last move has happened, c takes d5 and e5, suddenly I don't see too much activity or attack from white's side. Obviously, rook g1 is not going to be any real stuff for the moment because the e5 pawn blocks everything. And now there is a great counter chance for black. A takes b4, of course, is a threat. So it's a question what white is going to be doing, whether queen b3, that would come to mind at first, but then probably a takes b4, a takes b4, queen e7. So the b4 is the great target from black's side. And suddenly black can be very active. Queen e7, bishop d7, rook fc8, exchanging the pawn from a5, then both of the rooks are on the open file. So it can be great compensation. And we shouldn't forget that the king stays on e1. And there is not going to be safety if it gets to short castle and puts it to g1. So it's kind of tricky for white, I believe.
Yeah, I love it. E5 from Vidit. I've got to say, I'm not sure that move would be on my radar, just because you're giving up a pawn. Long term, white's just going to win any endgame with this kind of protective pass d pawn now. But yeah, of course, there's a long way to go before we get there. And as you said, Judith, so many dynamic possibilities for black. And for Gukesh, really uncomfortable decision already right now what to do, whether he pushes forward, whether he defends the b pawn, whether he takes on a5. And yeah, this is Vidit. I mean, I know he's had some great kind of strategic victories. He's become really, really good in the endgame. But when I first encountered him, when he was kind of rising through the ranks, he was really good in these dynamic positions. And it feels like he's playing really ambitiously for black. Gukesh, every time we come to this game, it seems to be him in thought. It looks like he's meditating right now. But yeah, he's got some big questions to answer. This one, I'm amazed the computer says 0.0 because black's just a pawn down. And it looks crazy. It looks wild. Really promising middle game ahead.
And what's interesting, David, is that instead of e5, black could have flicked in a takes b4, but then it would have been too chaotic, and nobody really wants to have to dive deeply into this, because after pawn takes e6, I mean, who's better here? You could take a knight on c3, hitting a rook, hitting a bishop, but you could throw an e takes f7 check. The d6 bishop is loose. This is truly messy stuff. And the engine, it backs it up, suggesting that black would be in a favorable position. But when you look at this from afar, in your mind's eye, this looks super dangerous because you are giving up, it looks like, some pawns there. The bishop will drop on d6, and the black queen is in the line of fire. So I don't blame Vidit for relatively quickly saying, I don't want this. This is too tactical. I can't calculate it all. I just have to burn too much clock. But Judith, I guess I'm going to throw the question to you. After I said all that, you do have to make the most of your chances. And it said that a takes b4 at least was the best move at that moment. Do you blame Vidit at all for pushing e5? Do you think he should have invested more time? How do you play with so much at stake?
Well, the time element of chess is something very important, and it is very difficult to handle it. Some of the players have time pressure issues, and of course that can be analyzed for hours and hours. At the same time, none of the players likes to be in time trouble, but we see the players here, for example, Hikaru, today he's kind of blitzing out the game, and I can't say he has a very happy position, but he's kind of reasonable. So some players play very fast, others are not so fast. Also, you decide whether you spend a lot of time in the opening or you don't. But it very much depends how much time you spend in openings where you get a surprise. I think a takes b4 is kind of a tricky thing because you have to calculate very much. You may think that, okay, a b4, d6, bc3, rook d6 or ef. a lot of things, and maybe he comes to the conclusion, well, what about e5? I block the bishop, I'm very active. What is white going to be playing? So you see both options, and then sometimes it depends on your mood also. And it's not only about your mood, but they must know each other very well because they are Indians. They know each other's style better than others. So you also try to make a decision where you put the most unpleasant situation to your opponent. And this may be the unpleasant move e5. At the same time, of course, you have to think about what objectively is the best. But with ab4, of course, maybe he miscalculated something or he had intuitively feeling that I don't want to go to that direction. I better try out e5.
And yeah, e5 was played, and now knight to b5. Gukesh didn't react at all to the pawn attack on b4, and okay, he's traded off this knight, and Vidit is, oh sorry, he's taken black's bishop, and Vidit is thinking before recapturing the knight. Firstly, I'm wondering whether he's even contemplating pawn takes a3, but surely white just moves the bishop and captures on e5. It's getting crazy. Let's assume Vidit takes this knight on d6. He's going to win his pawn back potentially here, Robert. It feels like Gukesh with the king in the center. If things do get tactical, often it doesn't favor you with the weaker king. Is Gukesh taking too many liberties here? Very, very ambitious play from both sides, I've got to say. And yeah, Judith, you mentioned both Indians, compatriots here, but I believe they've never played each other before in classical chess. So yeah, it feels like they're both out for blood in this game.
And they do go to the same training camps, and they, of course, both play for the Indian national team. And you say going for blood, but whose blood is going to spill? You made this point, David, that white is going to have to give back the pawn. I mean, we see the exclamation point, but that's because it was the only move that kept white's position together. It's a generous exclamation point. It was the most natural move in the position. But here, black does get that pawn back. Queen can take this loose pawn on b4. That does leave a pawn vulnerable in the center that white can capture on e5. But pins, look at your opponent's king. The king on e1 is in a bad spot. So that black knight can successfully grab the pawn on d5. And, I look at this position. I think that in the long run, if the queens come off the board, white should have some chances with the pair of bishops. But with the queens on the board, Judith, I know you like a good attacking position. At first, early on, we thought that Gukesh might have the attack. What do you make of white's king sitting in the center this late in the game?
Well, yeah, we discussed this king. It's our main focus of white's position, what the king is going to be doing in the center. Of course, if we would exchange the queens, then it's not a problem. But even with the queens, I believe eventually the best spot for white is to have, after the bishop development, the f1 bishop, somewhere to b5 or c4, generally from the position of the game, somehow to put the king on e2. Probably that will be the safety after having the bishop developed. But of course, it's a big question whether black is really going to grab the b4 or not. But after queen b4, for example, I thought about the move. I don't know if e4 makes any sense to protect the pawn or to push the pawn to d6 and not to give up this very beautiful passed pawn on d5.
Yeah, that begs the question, do we go for that variation? Does Vidit kind of have to head for it now? Does he just take this pawn and go down that line Robert mentioned? Takes, as Naka would say. Just trade everything off and hope in a position like this that it is black whose attack will land first. I've got to say, normally I'm very, very biased towards the bishop pair, Judith, but this might be an exception. I don't like the white king sat in the center.
Yes, I think black has a pretty active play and not too much danger yet. Though I don't know if after rook g1, probably black just plays g6, and there is not much things to be afraid of. Also, f6 is possible and bishop e6, but it seems like white will not be able to exchange the queen too easily, so this would be quite dangerous for white.
Yeah, rook a2 is coming. Oof.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Feels
yeah.
scary.
It does.
I'm glad I'm sitting here. You know, this is the type of game because I'm a pretty peaceful player. I like playing maneuvering chess. So I'm glad that I'm seated here. The responsibility is not on my shoulders. But Vidit does have this big move. I mean, he can't take on b4. He's shown that he likes to take his time. He's deliberate in his approach. So why don't we zoom out of Vidit's game here, as he likely will take on b4, but perhaps he's exploring other options. Because I'm just looking across our boards, 4 games going on at the same time. The top right still looks very level between Nijat Abasov and Yana Palmashi. The bottom right, that's where we just left, between Gukesh and Vidit. The bottom left, I can't wait to get back there between Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa. That's anyone's game. Both sides are attacking the other. And then the top left, we did just see the queen saunter into b7, where it's poking and prodding at the black loose queen side. So before we head to break, Judith, I just want to get your quick overall thoughts. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but do you think we will have decisive games? And if so, how many in this round?
Well, this is a very tough question, I must say. Now I would bet we will have one decisive game.
Okay, David, what about you?
Oh, I'm going to say 2, just to be a bit spicy there. How about you, Robert? Please say 3.
I'm not going to say anything because I'm going to take us to break and I'm going to get out of here and not have to answer the question. But before we do head to break, we just want to give a shout out to some awesome merch. So stock up on chess.com merch at the chess.com shop. We've got you covered with fresh new t-shirt designs, mittens, plushies, and accessories. Head to go.chess.com/merch or use the command merch in chat to shop now before it's all sold out. You will not want to miss it. We'll be back with more of the FIDE Candidates right after this break. Do not go anywhere.
We are live in Oslo, Norway. It's a beautiful day, a beautiful summer. You know the drill, we've done this before. Ma'am, do you mind if I ask you some questions real quick? When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
Game, puzzle.
Puzzle, that's brilliant.
Chess, horse.
Smart.
Black and white.
Black and white. That's 2 words, but I'm gonna let it pass. If I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind? I don't know if I have any other questions for you. Okay, when I say strategy, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Puzzle.
Puzzle, oh my God. Magnus Carlsen.
Chess.
The answer was puzzle, actually. That was the correct answer. That's okay, though. Okay.
Yeah, I love chess.
You do love chess.
Yeah.
Do you play chess?
Yeah, sometimes.
You play chess online?
Yeah.
Where do you play?
Chess.com.
You play on chess.com, of course. Do you know who Magnus Carlsen is?
No.
Okay. Could you name any world chess champion?
Vishwanath.
I knew you were going to say that. Obviously, you know who Magnus Carlsen is,
Sure.
right?
He's a hero.
You know how good he is?
The best?
Yeah, he's the best, right?
Yeah.
Has Norway changed now that Magnus isn't the world champion?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit more sad. Why?
Yeah. Do you know that he's no longer the world chess champion?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So you didn't know why you felt sad, and now you know why.
Yeah, I guess he'll get back up
He'll
there.
get back. Do you know why?
No.
He left chess to become a footballer.
Actually.
Yeah, actually.
I think it's very different, chess and football.
Yeah. But he's an athlete, so he can pull it off.
It makes sense.
It makes sense, right?
I don't know who he is.
You don't know who Magnus Carlsen
No.
is? Okay. He's a professional footballer, one of the most well-known in Norway.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Sorry, I'm not from here.
Okay.
I heard there was a huge chess tournament thing where he accused another player of cheating.
That's true. Do you know anything about that scandal? Have we done our job, Oslo? Oslo, they are an educated chess city, a city of deep-thinking people, a city of beautiful people, a city where chess comes to life.
Hi everybody, I'm Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson and I welcome you to my course. Aggressive 1 e4 repertoire, part 1. I believe this course is aimed at all levels, which of course is always an easy thing to say. Basically, the approach has been to be as aggressive as possible against the main lines, setting an emphasis on surprise value while still having some soundness in order to pose unique problems. Knight f6. We're going for the most aggressive. Knight to g5, d5, e takes d. Knight a5, bishop b5 check. That's just the main line. dc, bc. And here I have a bunch of new ideas after queen to f3. And hopefully this will not only fix my chickenness of not being able to play 1e4 aggressively, but also give you a bunch of fresh ideas when we're done.
We are back in the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada, home of the FIDE Candidates 2024. You do see 16 participants playing top-level chess. We have the candidates and the women's candidates tournament. And if you want to see how the women's games are going, please go on over to twitch.tv/chess or youtube.com/chess. There is live coverage hosted by Jovanka Huska and Asa Corley. So do not miss any of the action across the candidates tournaments. And we are back. The players, they are already deep into their first game. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster David Howell and Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Judith, we are just a couple hours in now. The players, they are feeling each other out, but they actually have some pretty big moments on these boards. So I'm looking across them. Judith, do you think that anyone should be the happiest of the 8 players, or maybe it's too early to tell?
Well, I think it's too early to tell who is going to be the most happy. But I see the game Alireza versus Praggnanandhaa. And I think there are a lot of things has happened. Maybe we can check on that one. What do you think?
David, unless you have any objections, and as we look at our 4 boards here, we can dive right back in. But was that the choice that you were going to make?
Yeah. I'm fascinated by the game Abasov Nepomniachtchi as a grinder, endgame grinder, but even I will admit that one will only spring to life a bit later on. So yes, I trust Judith and her judgment here. Let's go to that crazy game where things have been heating up. I see both sides potentially trying to attack. I see white having a very ugly kingside pawn structure. That's the bottom left of your screens right now, everyone at home. Firouzja against Praggnanandhaa. It was Alireza who sprung the first surprise, who had a big lead on the clock, but that lead has fizzled out slightly. He's only 4 minutes up now. But what a mess. Who's attacking who? Is black about to swing the rook over to h6 and deliver checkmate? Is white just going to swing the other rook over to g1 and somehow deliver a trick, a checkmate on g7? who knows? And also, why does the computer say 0.0? It's so frustrating. It's a crazy position. And Judith, I guess you were the one kind of pulling us in this direction. I need to ask you, who do you favor? Earlier you said white. Is that still the case?
Well, absolutely. If can we go back just a few moves before when we felt that there was a critical moment and we thought, this was the moment where knight captured back on c1 the bishop, and we were discussing that what black is going to be doing against queen e3, knight e2, f4, and if he's going to be castling. And he was very sharp, and he took the momentum and played queen h4. Now, I think this is a very important moment of the game that black started to look for counter chances and pick this moment, because for now there is no harmony in white's pieces. This is the problem. So white needs time to somehow consolidate his pieces, right? The knight on c1 is not very good. The queen on e1 is not very active. So I like queen h4 very much, and the way Praggnanandhaa play the next few moves, I think it's very important how to handle it for black. White played rook g4, queen h5, now the e5 pawn is under attack. Knight d3, which obviously I would rather have the knight on e2 and g3 and somehow to play f4, but not enough time for white.
Yeah, the e5 pawn would have been hanging there. So you mentioned the energy Praggnanandhaa was able to find after knight d3 castles queen e2 this time. I guess indirectly defending the rook, setting up f4 and potential rook takes g7 ideas. Not right now, but potentially later due to a hanging queen. Pragg here found f5, a really nice move. We see the blue arrow on our screens, pretty much obliging white to play en passant. He didn't forget that was possible. En passant there, really important move. And this is the position we are left with. We see below the board, 98 point something accuracy for both players, so really high quality game, but I have a feeling that will start to dip because it's that type of position. And Judith, this current position, what moves come to mind? It's Firouzja's turn. How does he make sure the momentum stays on his side?
The first move comes to mind, obviously, is rook from a1 to g1, double the rooks on the g file, and if after black is going to be doubling the rook on the f with rook f8, then I would think to play rook 1 to g3.
Defending.
Yeah, still I'm not very happy with the knight on d3, blocking the power of the bishop on c2. So probably the bishop will have to move back to b3 to somehow put pressure on the d5 pawn. To tell you the truth, I would rather see my queen on e3. So when Alireza played queen e2, I was wondering why he did not play queen e3.
Yeah, it feels like the queen would have been really nice on the dark squares, kind of complementing the bishop on the light squares. Also, the queen would never be hit by kind of knight f4 ideas later on. I agree, Judith, but still it feels a bit uncomfortable for black. I'm not sure exactly what black should be doing. Maybe king h8. I'm going to pretend I'm classy and going to dodge any potential checks, any tactics. But still very much up in the air. He's played a different move.
I like king h8, actually.
Thank you. Instead, f4 was played. No tactics yet. That idea I mentioned, rook takes g7 check, looks like a discovered attack, but it doesn't quite work. For example, if black were to play rook f8, rook takes g7, whoops, knight takes, defends the black queen. So trickster gets tricked there. No threat on the board, but f4 is quite committal. What's his idea here, Robert?
Well, David, I just want to make a quick point. As you know, Judith really made an instructive point about how the queen on e3 is better placed than on e2. But right before that, that's when Alireza took his first big think of the game to play rook g4. So he left preparation at that point. I think it's safe to say that. And sometimes when you get such a strategically risky position and you leave your preparation, you could be in harm's way. So rook g4 was correct. The black queen slid back. This was all good, but I do think that Judith's point is well taken, that the queen belonged on e3 rather than on e2. The engine backs that up. So his move was imprecise at this moment, allowing Praggnanandhaa to establish great control in this position. And as we fast forward to the live position, because you see the engine saying immediately black has equalized, I mean, if you just had me look at this position and I didn't have the eval bar off to the side, the evaluation bar that is, and I didn't know what had happened in this game, I like black's position. You have a healthier pawn structure. Your rook on f6 is both in a defensive and an aggressive piece. This discovery attack against the queen on h5, as you pointed out, David, it's not real. That queen is actually safe and sound, at least for the time being. So as I look at this position, I feel like white has much more to prove than black does. And now that I've said all that, there are some loose pieces in black's position, the knight on c6, the knight on e6, and some variations. And so there are going to be some tactical opportunities with an f5 push at some moment. So it's a lot hanging in the balance. Judith, earlier you liked white. There was a misstep with queen e2 rather than e3. But as we look at this, it feels like anyone's game.
There's an interesting tactics of what I see that, of course, first it comes to my mind, what about knight d4? Giving up the knight, but it does not work because white captures, and after knight d4, queen e5 is very powerful. So if black would take the rook on g4, then queen d5 check. Rook g7 also, I'm sorry.
I finally got my trick in. Sorry, I got excited there, Judith.
No, you're absolutely
nice.
right. So this tactic does not work for black side. So actually, I do like this king h8 idea, what David said in the previous variation, just in case, so we don't have to deal with all kind of crazy moves. Though my idea at first was with king h8 that after rook g1 maybe black can take on f4, but there is a tactic which stops black because takes and rook g7, right?
Beautiful. And queen takes queen, rook takes h7, checkmate.
Yeah. So there are a lot of tactics going on everywhere, but still I think king on h8 seems to be a safe place for black.
Wow, that line makes me very happy because, Judith, I see you flexing your tactical muscles there. That's so cool. This queen sacrifice for checkmate. And Alireza, I mean, he has that kind of style. He has had some tremendous victories, including in Vaikonze just a few months ago against the likes of Jan Nepo and Ding Liren. So as we look at Alireza Firouzja, he's concentrated. Let's remind everybody of how Alireza qualified for the candidates, because it was a close call. It was a last-second race, and he was able to secure that last spot for the candidates.
Youth and experience? Firouzja has both. At 20 years old, he is this year's third youngest candidate, but he also played in the previous candidates tournament in 2022. This year, Firouzja needed to scramble in December just to get here. He went to the Rouen Open, of all places, and scored a perfect 7 out of 7.
There were some matches that were organized at the last minute. There were other tournaments, but I will say that Alireza gave it his all for that rating spot.
That gave him enough rating points to overtake Wesley So for a spot in the candidates. Back in 2022, the candidates didn't go so well for Firouzja, but don't expect him to indulge in any late-night bullet sessions this year. Increased focus would go a long way towards putting the 2022 experience behind him. We're looking for the Firouzja who was the youngest player to ever reach a 2800 rating. Will we find him?
The circumstances may not have been ideal, but Alireza Firouzja won all the games that he needed to. He followed the footsteps that FIDE led out for these players, and he did qualify. But Judith, there was a lot of controversy surrounding his qualification because he played some matches. He didn't get the necessary points from there. Then he went to an open tournament where winning all your games, that's never going to be easy. He was the youngest player in history to reach 2800. He, of course, belongs in this field. No one is questioning his inclusion. But the way it happened, Judith, what can you remark about that?
Well, it's a very difficult thing to say what is the best way to do. Of course, this left a hole that it made it possible, and well, he did it. He played all the possible events where he could, and he made it. Obviously, sometimes you have to be very careful creating the rules because it can give a feeling for some players, of course, that maybe it's not 100% fair or something like that. But I mean, obviously, we can all agree that Firouzja belongs here at the candidates event, so that's why I'm not thinking too much about this part. At the same time, we have to say that, for example, Anish Giri is missing out from this candidate, which where he would also be belonging in this event, right?
I don't think anyone will disagree with that. Many Anish Giri fans out there, and yeah, he is of course deserving, as is someone like Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So many worthy contenders. Unfortunately, only 8 places. And look at Praggnanandhaa. I love the piece cam that we get. You see that queen. He's right in between the queen and the knight there. But this position, it's very complex. The engine now slightly preferring black. David, we've talked about some of the pitfalls in a position like this with a loose queen on h5, some tactics for both sides to watch out for. But I'm looking at the clock. Do you think that is going to play a part in determining the result of this game, or do you think the players have enough time with only 18 moves to make before time control?
Well, Robert, you have come to the expert in time travel. I mean, it's a dream if I were playing this game, 18 moves to make to move 40 before you get extra time and you still have an hour on your clock. I would say you're in paradise, you're in dreamland. That's oceans of time. But it is a scary type of position. And of course, it could easily happen that you kind of miss something, you kind of semi-blunder, and you have to invest 30 minutes just to recover, to work out a path to survival. And suddenly it does get a bit scary. So I think these next few moves will be crucial, will be critical. We've said that pretty much since the opening, since Alireza started playing Queen E1, King H1. But every move, such high stakes, zero margin for error, really. And we were talking about the tactics, and that was why it was such a nice camera. We literally saw Pragg's eyes darting around the board, mostly fixated on the king side, so maybe even looking for those tactics, those checkmating ideas that Judith showed. But I can also mentioned that Pragg, I've been lucky enough to be in some training camps where he's been present, and his calculation is just phenomenal. Literally top few in the world, I would say. So this position, it feels like it should suit him. I doubt he's going to blunder, but I think anyone would need to spend 10, 20 minutes as he's rightly doing right now. So yeah, tricky position. I'm loving what I'm seeing in terms of kind of odds of a decisive result. It's just I still don't know whose side, whose favour it's going to be in. Yeah, remember he did qualify via the 2023 World Cup, and I mean that was a scary path, Pragg, but he did it. He's one of the younger players here, and again, it will be a great start if he can win this with black. But I'm trying to calculate. I'm not even sure what he's going to play next. King H8, Rook A to F8. Lots and lots of options, just sharp. That's all I'll say about this position. Again, glad it's not me playing this position.
Well, Praggnanandhaa, he's spent over 10 minutes on this move, as you are indicating. It's a very complex position. You can really lose a game like this in one move if you make a mistake. And we get that cam again. Look where Pragg's eyes are. They're darting from the queen side to the center, to the king side. You have to have full board awareness. And Judith, I want to kind of dive in a little bit into this position, because one idea that I just have in the back of my mind is the move f4 to f5 for white. I know it's black's turn. Pragg gets to include a move of his own, but that's where my eyes are drawn. Is that something that white will be able to execute if black is not looking out for it each and every turn?
Well, of course, f5, I believe, is very much there in the air. But for the moment, I don't see how it will comfort white. But maybe actually it is a threat, to be honest. Now that I'm looking at it, that after f5, queen f5, and knight jump to c5 or somewhere, maybe that's your idea. But I'm not sure it works exactly. But for example, black has to be thinking about different kind of ideas. First of all, I mean, time is very important, right? And I don't mean it only on the clock, that how much advantage or disadvantage you have, but also the time whether the black king would be standing much better on a8 for many different reasons, because of the rook g7 tactics, because if, let's say, black wants to play d4, then bishop b3 is not there. if the rook moves away, then queen e6 is not with the check. So generally speaking, we can agree that the king should be on h8. It's a better place. But maybe there is not enough time for black to do so. And also there is a concrete idea, instead of king h8, for example, to look rook g6. I was thinking about that move, that that should be also considered for black, because now white has to decide what to do, whether is he going to play f3 or he's going to be doubling the rook a1 to g1. Then I again started to look this idea of knight d4, because maybe this time it might be working after that. So after rook g1, knight d4, probably I blundered again, takes, and queen.
Is it this? Oh, this is complicated, Judith.
I don't know. It seems like it should be mate, looking at the bar on the side, but I don't see that. Can it be rook g7, rook g6, queen e2, rook g7, and knight e5, or what?
Maybe
no, because knight takes e2.
Yeah, knight takes queen, and I mean, computer says 0.0, which is frustrating.
Of course. What else after a queen sacrifice?
Yeah. Oh, the bar's going crazy after this last move. I've just dropped my rook on g1, I guess.
No, maybe after here, rook 1 to g4.
So calm.
Wow. Well, why not? Can you stop knight e5?
No. What an incredible position.
Wow. I mean, this is the type of richness that's just buried, buried deep in the position. Often these top level games, we kind of breeze through them, but we miss a lot of the tactics that's kind of hiding away beneath the surface. And yeah, that's rook 1 g4 there, Judith, is really, really pretty. I've got to say.
So we can see that there is a lot to be calculating at in these positions. So that's why, of course, Praggnanandhaa has to be careful. Rook g6, king h8, rook af8. All these are very logical continuations. And then it comes what Robert said, that the potentially f5 can be always a question.
I'm not sure if it's a threat right now, though. If I do, again, I'm kind of biased towards the easy way out, the lazy move king to f8. But f5, can I not just take? Do you have any good knight jumps? I was initially scared of knight b4 because loose pieces drop off, but I can counterattack against the white queen. And if queens come off, I can save the black knight. I think black just wins a pawn here. You mentioned... Yeah, I mean...
But there, hold on. After knight b4, queen e5, queen d3.
Okay, I'll...
rook h6. Rook h6.
Oof, I got lucky. Threatening checkmate while defending checkmate on h7. Really nice there. And black saves the day. Not enough time to go and capture the knight on c6.
These are the moves I love the most efficient. Defending, attacking at the same time.
Yeah. Yes, and David, better lucky than good. So, there's a resource here. But it does go to show that a lot of these positions, at least in the players, in their minds, they're looking at variation like this, and they may see ghosts. Sometimes even the best players in the world, they think, I can't play this variation because I lose a piece. And then you just don't go that half step further because you already have to calculate so much. And Praggnanandhaa, he's been on the clock for nearly 16 minutes now. He's deep in thought. F5 is a threat. Maybe the threat is stronger than the execution as we're showing. It doesn't quite work yet. The king on h8, that looks like the right spot for it. I don't see the problem with that there. But rook g6, Judith, as you point out, a very logical reply, trying to take advantage of a pin on the diagonal from the queen on h5 to the queen on e2. So many different options here for black to consider that I don't blame or fault Pragg for spending all of this time here, but it could be time that he regrets spending if the position continues to be as complicated, because I don't see simplification. And I think that's the one thing I always struggle with when I'm playing is like, I know that both sides have chances. I don't think I'm worse, but how do I actually simplify if things get risky? Neither side has that out, at least not yet. David.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that type of position. It's balanced on a knife edge. All of these lines we're looking at, I mean, there's no safety for either side there. We haven't found anything even close to resembling safety or fizzling out towards a draw, for example. And yeah, Pragg thinking, I did predict 10 to 20 minutes, so hopefully he moves within the next few. But whether that move is king h8, rook g6, or rook f8, any of these options, I'm sure we'll see some tactics emerge sooner or later. It's inevitable at this point.
Sorry, David, but I figured out that there is another interesting move to play rook h6 to provoke white to play f3.
Okay. And now no tricks along this diagonal, at least.
There are no tricks of rook g7, and also having the pawn on f3, I'm not sure it's so great. So...
Never play f3.
I don't know. Black can go rook e8, for example.
Okay. And who's pinning who on the e-file?
My plan was to go knight f8.
Oh.
I don't know if it's good, but I thought I'd trick you.
Knight and f8, there is no mate, but this time it's black who will deliver mate if queen takes rook. Of course,
there is yeah, no, of course this is checkmate. Good to show that for everyone out there wondering how you can give up a rook. But maybe knight e5, is that doable? Because that same sort of tactic no longer works out. If you take on e5, pawn takes, you want to go for the same trick because Judith Polgar just showed you, how to sacrifice your rook. Here, unfortunately, Judith would never play this because the queen on e5 defends the h2 square. So it's funny how tactics may work in one position, but that same idea, it may fail if pieces are on different squares. So this is just one of so many examples, and it's a treacherous position. In fact, Judith, I don't envy either player, but it is a fun position to analyze, that's for sure.
Yeah, so that's the reason why Praggnanandhaa is spending quite a lot of time here, because he has to make a decision which direction he goes. Does he need king h8 in this position, or he goes straight forward, bringing the rook to e8, to f8, keep the other rook on f6, or going g6 or h6? So there is a lot to think about here.
Yeah, I think the only thing we can guarantee is that this position will end up in Ramesh's next book on calculation, because it's a gold mine. So many tactics, so many tricks for both sides, and a lot for Pragg to work out. Yeah, what do you think? Is it time to go to the bird's eye view? Pragg deep in thought. Who knows when he'll move? It might be now, it might be in the next 20 minutes. But yeah, this one is a difficult position. And what's happening elsewhere?
There is a very interesting position on Nijat Jan Nepomniachtchi, because it's a moment where white offered an exchange of rooks, and we can go enter into pawn endgame. And it's very interesting, I think, that on very highest level, you don't see so many pawn endgames. And I think one of the reasons is that somehow they like to avoid it, because if you lose a drawish pawn endgame, which is very easy sometimes, you feel very, very bad. So in this position, probably Jan is thinking, well, do I have any chance after rook takes e1? Because that's the only way. If he's not going to be exchanging, obviously, if rook d2 check, then rook e2. If rook d3, rook e3. So white is just making these rook moves on the first, second, and third rank. And then it's just a dead draw after rook e3, king e2 if we don't exchange. So the only question is whether is he going to be capturing on e1 and then bring the king, and is there any winning chances for black?
I think it's a sprint, right? And it's one of those situations where the black king gets to b4. We know who is winning, but I guess after the trade, king e7, king to d2, king d6, the white king seems to step forward just in time. But these endgames, I know from experience, they're way trickier than initially meets the eye. The engine says zeros, but David, you've recently released a course. This is not just what the engine tells you. Sometimes you actually have to find only moves after only moves.
Yeah, that's right. Often people, especially players newer to the game, even at club tournament level, they just assume pawn endgames, they're the most simple. There's barely any material on the board, but that just means that the price of a mistake is higher. For example, if it were black to move, it might be a very different result. Maybe the white king would eventually have to give way and black's king could come in. It's all about tempo by tempo, so it's pure calculation. This looks like it would be a draw because white could block up the queen side, white could push a pawn here. There's no way forward for the black king. So Jan instead doesn't trade the rooks off. I think this would just be a draw either way, but it looks like he's taking the safer route where no calculation is required. Yeah, I do recommend everyone, though, at home, king and pawn endgames, practice them. They're all about calculation, all about the opposition and triangulation, all those words those catchphrases we hear about, but really tricky to master. And yeah, you're definitely right, Robert. Top players tend to avoid them, and it looks like Jan is doing that here. He plays his rook back to d4, but have we seen this position before? I believe we have. A few moves ago when white played rook to e4. Could that be correct? And there we go. We've had this position twice now. If we catch up with the game, rook to e4. It looks like an even worse version to me because white gets an isolated pawn, but now white's king is the quickest to the center. So I don't think Jan will risk a king and pawn endgame here either. What are our predictions? Is this going to be a draw? Will they repeat for a third time? Just continue the dance of the rooks?
David, I would ask you, would you play rook e4 with white in this position?
Only with a lot of time on my clock to double check and calculate. It didn't feel necessary. It felt like white could just, I don't know, rook e3, maybe bring the king to e2.
But it's interesting decision, right? That are you ready to provoke and say, no, I don't allow any of the square for the black rook to be on the d file in my territory, right? From d4 down to d1. So I want to push your rook away from the fourth rank. Because it's true that if the black rook goes back to d5, d6, d7, or d8, then you go with the king e3, and then white is active, right? At the same time, if we don't play rook e4, but we're just standing passive on rook on e3, let's say, king on e2, black is going to be playing, maybe keeping the rook on d4, playing f5, bringing the king to f6, rook b4, maybe a5. It's not really winning, but maybe he's going to be pressing. And maybe this is the best decision to say, okay, I go rook e4, because rook exchange is a draw. So I'm forcing you that you're not going to be active and torture me for like the next 40 moves. So I think it's a very interesting decision what white did. So it's a sharp decision.
Yeah, brave, showing courage, showing conviction in his calculation. And okay, the rook dance continues here, Robert. We might be about to see the first result of the FIDE Candidates 2024. Will we see the handshake? I believe rook e2 will also be the second time we've seen this position. Clearly the only move at this point. And inevitable now. Nepo tried to apply pressure, but a result imminent. Looks like Abasov getting off to a good start. Will avoid defeat here. And really, really kind of resolute defense from him in what could have been a slightly tricky position, as Judith mentioned there.
And I think in terms of the overall picture of the tournament, it is very important that Abasov gets this half point in the first game because he is going to be a problem for some players. We mentioned earlier he beat both Vidit and Fabiano in classical chess at the World Cup, which was how he earned his ticket to Toronto. So Jan Nepo, he probably won't be happy to draw a significantly lower rated player with the black. Welcome back, everybody, to the FIDE Candidates 2024. Vidit Gujrati seemingly staring at the camera, and that's because he knows that his game is about to end soon. That was not the position that he has. In fact, it's a 3-time repetition in the making against his compatriot, the younger Gukesh. Gukesh with the white pieces, perhaps a little bit disappointed, but the bishop slides back, and now it's up to Vidit to repeat the position for the third and final time. Here it is. He calls for the arbiter, telling the arbiter what move is about to happen, and that means that we have another result here in the candidates. It's going to be a draw between compatriots Gukesh and Vidit. Judith, I mean, that was an exciting start to the game, but it seems like things have petered out, and the players have found a pretty unique repetition.
Well, I was in a shock when I saw bishop g4 on the board. It was a very spectacular move because black wanted to bring his rook to c8 if f takes g4. But yeah, it seems like Gukesh found this bishop c3, queen a3 repetition of moves. And after all, we are having round one only. And I think everybody's happy to have the draw. The tournament started. And tomorrow is the next game.
Yeah, it feels like a fair result. Very different game from that earlier draw we saw between Abasov and Nakamura-Caruana, where pieces were quickly kind of swept off the board and a peaceful handshake. This one was chaotic. Like you said, Judith, Vidit did try to imbalance things. He sacrificed first a pawn, then later tried to sacrifice the bishop, but ultimately Gukesh pulled the handbrake at the right time. And yeah, I think these two colleagues, these two Indian grandmasters, a draw is a fair result. Both should take confidence from it, and still a long way to go. And of course, we're still left with two very exciting games, so nothing for us to complain about either, Robert.
No complaints here. Definitely no complaints for Vidit Gujrati. Drawing with the black pieces, he wasn't in any danger, so that's a successful start to his first candidates tournament. So you see the right-hand side of our screen. We're done with that. Forget about them until tomorrow because they have drawn their games. That is Nijat Abasov with the white pieces against Jan Nepo and Gukesh with white against Vidit. So now we focus on the left-hand side of our screen where Alireza Firouzja on the bottom left has the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa, and that is a messy position. And in the top left, I'm looking at that. And Judith, David, we were talking about this just a moment ago before we went back live for the audience. I think that Fabiano has a very pleasant position. He's about to win a pawn. So Judith, it looks like a very Fabi type of position. And I'm not sure this is really to Hikaru's liking. I don't feel like this is the type of position he likes to defend.
It's interesting what you're saying, that you're emphasizing the fact that Nakamura is having a position which is not his type, not his game. Well, the first problem is, I think, that he's going to be losing a pawn. Second problem is that generally it's very unpleasant to play a position where you're the one who has to defend, and you know exactly that it's like 99% that you're the one who is playing for a draw, and if we are playing for two results in this game, it's also very annoying. And indeed, that it's not his game, which means that there are no chaotic situations. You don't have to calculate so sharply, and you cannot make a mess on the board, right? And actually, we can say that Fabiano reacted very well in the opening, where he got a surprise already in move 5. And he was dealing with the situation very well. And of course, if before the game, if someone tells him that this is the position he's going to have at this point of the game, he would sign it immediately, right? I mean, this is a horror to play it with the black side, that you play only for a draw, and you know exactly that you play with number 2 in the world. So you maybe don't have too much chance to save the game if white is going to be playing the most accurate moves. So this is going to be a very tricky position for Nakamura. The question is, how can he get activity, counterplay in this position? And we can see him that I don't think he feels too comfortable here.
No, he's squirming. He's moving about in his chair, and he'll have to squirm on the chessboard in order to survive this game because, David, you put the RIP on the B5 pawn, and it's true. That one is just gone. And then white has his outside pass pawn, the A pawn. the d5 pawn is loose. So, David, isn't this the exact type of position Hikaru was trying to avoid by playing an offbeat opening?
Definitely. The last thing Hikaru wants, the last thing any top grandmaster wants, is to be stuck just playing for a draw. If, as both of you mentioned, if you're super accurate, maybe you get there. Maybe against someone like Fabiano with machine-like precision, you struggle, and sometimes you fail to get the draw. Hikaru, I always see him on the other side of this, especially when he has white. He gets these kind of 2-result positions. He grinds away, and more often than not, he's successful. And like you say, Robert, his opening was designed to either get a really complex game where kind of both players are willing to fight, or to just shut things down as quickly as possible, force Fabiano to take the safe way out. But ultimately, he's kind of been trapped between those two. He's kind of got a playable position with black, but with 0 winning chances. And right now, I would be thinking about how to hustle. I'm looking at the clock. Fabiano's got 30 minutes. Remember, there's no increment before move 40 for these players, so it's a kind of a race to that finishing line. I'm thinking, okay, maybe push the H-pawn forward for black. How do you get this bishop to stare down at the F2 pawn? Traditionally, if you have opposite color bishops, you need to target pawns on dark squares. But either way,
I think I have an idea for black. Maybe that's the only one, to try to look for counter chances by playing bishop c3, forcing white to take on b5 and to play queen h4 out.
Wow. Okay, nice. And if I block, I don't really want to
I see the bar doesn't like my idea at all. I wanted some counter chance playing queen h3 and then rook f2 kind of tricks.
Mm-hmm. It does look scary, I must admit, from a human point of view. If I didn't see the bar, Judith, I would trust you and think that I needed to go defensive here. But I'm assuming the computer's just going to be cold-blooded as usual and just capture this pawn on d5.
Grab the pawn.
And rook takes f2, I guess. White just walks out and no more checks, at least for now.
That's all.
Brilliant. Yeah, the white rooks hold the 2 checking squares from the black queen.
Well, this is annoying.
Yeah.
It's annoying for black if black cannot get counter chances. I don't know how should black be doing.
Well, Judith, I think that Hikaru in particular is probably annoyed. I feel like if the colors reverse, I mean, nobody wants this position from the black side, but some players, they don't mind being slightly worse, down a pawn and defending and groveling for a draw. But maybe I'm overstating the case, and Judith, you can correct me for sure. But I feel like Hikaru, he loves like tactical defenses. He likes sharp play, and you can't be sharp here, as we just showed in that variation. You're dropping both pawns, B and D5.
Try. Yeah. I can go queen e7. I have another try to go queen e7, somehow to enter to e2 after queen b5, bishop c3. Somehow I have to get activity. I have no other way of going. I can't go passive here.
Can I go queen d3 here? Like, can I hit after, in that variation you were just looking at, I was wondering if queen d3 hits both bishop on c3 and the rook on f5, and I'm happy to trade pieces because d5 will fall, or you'll open up my light square bishop.
Really nice spot there, Robert. Just simplifying the equation. For example, bishop takes rook, queen takes, and still problems with this d pawn.
Can I go rook f2 instead?
Oh, Judith. Wow, rook takes f2. We both missed that, right, Robert? Well, at least I did.
And queen e2.
Wow. Okay, well, that was a lovely shot. Looks like a bishop is hanging, but the black queen enters. And, well, actually, we are going to throw it over to Tirana, where Mike Klein is with Nijat Abasov, who drew his first game. So let's head to Tirana with Mike and Nijat and hear Nijat's thoughts.
Thanks, guys. We are here with the first result of the day. Grandmaster Nijat Abasov with a solid draw against last 2-time champion Jan Nepomniachtchi. Nijat, you were white, but it's also the first game, and you are the 8th seed. So how do you feel with the draw today?
Well, I mean, my goal was to keep it solid today, and I guess I managed to keep safe like the entire game. In fact, perhaps I played a bit inaccurately at certain point of the game, but it was all the way around equality, and draw is a logical result.
You had months to prepare for round one. Is there a such thing as over preparing just because you know who your opponent is so many months in advance?
Well, I wouldn't say it's just specific preparation for round one, but for the entire tournament. So, okay, something doesn't work now, definitely might turn out, working in the next round.
And this tournament has lots of pressure, but you seem to have a pressure gauge. I've never seen that before. You're a bionic player. Can you tell us what happened and how you're feeling?
Well, I unfortunately tore my ACL during a football match. It was an unfortunate case, but now I'm recovering, and hopefully by the mid-tournament I should be able to, walk properly without it.
And did you at least score a goal?
Yeah, I mean, I actually got injured in minute 10, but by that time I scored one.
And does it affect you at all during the game? I mean, I saw you walking on stage yesterday. Bending looks like it's a struggle, but do you actually feel any pain during the game that might affect your next 3 weeks?
No, like today I didn't feel any pain, just a bit of discomfort, but it's okay.
And you are, of course, the underdog. What is your goal at the end of 14 rounds?
To enjoy every game and to score as much as possible.
And finally, I have to ask, I saw Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Timur Rajabov. Are they officially on your team for this tournament?
Shakhriyar is.
There you go. We have confirmation. Back to you guys in the studio. We were here with Grandmaster Nijat Abasov after his round one draw.
And Nijat Abasov, he is recovering from an injury. We do wish him good health and a speedy recovery. And he will need to be as strong as possible in this field, including the likes of Fabiano-Caruana, because there are no easy opponents in Toronto. Everybody earned their way to the Candidates tournament, and they want to seek the World Championship match. And for Abasov, we know that Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is his second. He's not putting pressure on himself. He's trying to enjoy the atmosphere, like the many fans that we see above Fabiano. It's cool that players are coming to the Great Hall, the venue live, and trying to watch the players. But Fabiano, he looks a bit rattled by what just happened. So if we could pull up a board, this was a huge moment. And David, as soon as we tuned in to an interview with Mike and Nijat, Hikaru gives up a rook on F2.
Yeah, things just got crazy. You were saying it just before that interview, Robert. Hikaru wants to solve things tactically. He wants to kind of force the issue. He doesn't want to sit and suffer long term. Nobody wants to be ground down in a 100-move, 7-hour game. So Hikaru decided if he's going to go down, he's going to go down fighting. And rook takes F2, pure rook sacrifice. And like you said, Fabiano first has to recover from the shock. I'm not sure if that was on his radar. It wasn't on ours. And once he composes himself, Fabi just has to purely calculate, decide whether he can take the bait. Is this rook poisoned? And yeah, let's pull up a board to delve into the variations. And yeah, I'm tempted to give this move a double exclamation mark just because I can. But objectively, the computer doesn't approve. So right now, oh, sorry, that was me instead of the emoji. King takes F2. I think we all agree here. It has to be the first move you calculate. Forcing moves. That's how we look at things in chess. It's the most ambitious move. King takes F2, winning a rook. But black lands a check. And while the white queen is so distant, she's off in Siberia somewhere. I'm not sure the white king can defend itself. If you, don't step forward, don't step to the side. You might get checkmated. King E2. You might run into a rook check. Rook joining the party. I think the white king wants to go back. And I'm assuming the idea is a check. White cannot take this because of checkmate. Whoops, another back ranker. And when the king shuffles into the corner, now bishop e5 threatens checkmate. And this is where opposite color bishops, a point we talked about earlier, comes to the fore. White has all the control of the light squares, but who cares? Cannot fight for the dark squares. And if pawn to h3, for example, queen to g3 threatens checkmate. I'm assuming black has at least a draw here. King to f1. I see the bar drop down. Maybe king to f2 is better. And I'm not sure the white king can run to the center. Oh, okay. Again, the bar goes crazy. Maybe there's ideas like rook e8. It feels like this one, walking into the lion's den, it looks like black is more than fine. Maybe white just has to drop back and repeat the moves. So tell me if I'm wrong, but rook takes f2. Looks like king takes f2 would spoil the advantage here, Judith.
It seems to, and it is very clear that it came as a cold shower for Fabiano. It was really a shock for him. He thought already as we thought that it's quite stable for white, and it's only for 2 result. And right now, if you think about it, if you cannot take on f2 because it's a forced draw with queen h4, bishop d4, and as you showed, it means that, well, white has to decide to play bishop d5, rook bd5, or what to do. I would think at first that rook bd5 should be the move. But then, of course, black also comes with the queen to h4, and then white has to be very precise, I believe. Maybe bringing back the queen from a6 to d3, or maybe there is something else. But we also have to see that Fabiano is going down in time, which is not helping him to handle this very special and unexpected situation, because it's only move 23, is if I see it correctly. So to have 25 minutes in this position and suddenly thinking, oh my God, what's this? Really, I cannot take king f2 because it's a perpetual check. I blundered completely. How is it possible? And you can see on the body movement also on Fabi that he's putting his hand around his face, and it's a very uncomfortable situation right now for him to handle.
Well, Judith, you played one of the fiercest attackers of all time in Garry Kasparov. You played him many times. Hikaru Nakamura, he's got that, tactical wizardry. He's renowned for finding these crazy tactics, these sacrifices. He loved a good King's Indian defense and has many great victories in it. So my question for you is for Fabi. We know he's a great calculator. He has the 3rd highest rating of all time. But how much does he just intuitively trust Hikaru and says, I'm never taking this rook. Let me play for simplification. I love your variation. Rook b takes d5 and queen back to d3. Get to defend your king as quickly as possible. But I guess my larger question is, how much does he just inherently believe Hikaru, and thus he is going to tend to play a little bit more safely rather than taking any risks?
Well, I think at this point, first of all, obviously, when a Hikaru kind of fantastic player gives the rook away, you understand that it cannot be for free. So, I mean, it's not by intuition. And Hikaru calculated all the way, and he understands that he can surprise him. And he, of course, understood it also that it got a big hit it hit Fabiano because it's a shock, right? At the same time, Fabi is one of the best calculators ever, I think, and everybody knows it. So he just has to come over on the first shock that he blundered this. I think the fact is that he didn't see this move. It bothers him quite a bit because it could be just a draw, right? So he could ruin his great position, which he really believes that in the long run he's possibly going to be winning. So this shock is something very unpleasant in this moment for Fabiano. But of course, once he calms down and says, okay, I cannot take king f2, he starts thinking about really what is the best move to make, whether it's rook d5. I'm also thinking bishop d5. He has to check. So there are a lot of opportunities what to do. But of course, I'm pretty sure that he's looking some idea to simplify the position, because that would be the best thing, I think, to play for a win, have a passed pawn, and still try to win and play for 2 results. Because, of course, after rook f2, you don't like the rook on f2 when you have your king on g1, right? So you don't like when you can also be in danger. And of course, these players have a huge history against each other, right? So they played more than nearly 50 games or something like that. So they have a huge past in the last 3 decades. And this also means something, I believe. And of course, the latest results for Fabiano, somehow Nakamura tricked him. Like he was giving combinations, opening preparation, so he gives great challenge to him. But yeah, rook f2, it's not nice to blunder this kind of moves.
Yeah, Robert, I would be terrified, especially if Hikaru landed a bomb like that, rook takes f2. But Fabiano, he's so good at calculating, he can calculate his way out of this. It looks like he's ready to move. His body language there, he's about to make a decision. King takes f2, I think we've concluded, leads to what probably is a draw, a repetition. Does look a bit scary for white, but You know him very well, Robert. Do you think he's going to play on? He's about to make that move. Get in there first.
Yeah, he's going to play on. And you see him take on d5. I think it's because of what Judith said before. At the very least, Black's going to bring the queen out to h4, queen d3, and then say queen g3. If you can offer a trade of queens at any moment, it means that you are in absolutely no danger of losing this game. So why force a draw right now when you're the one who can play for a win without any risk? So I think that Fabi, he was triple checking that he couldn't capture the rook. We've seen this even in the World Championship. Remember that game between Ding and Jan where there were some bluffs? Could you take the rook? Oh, it looked too dangerous, but actually the computer said you can. Fabi's not just going to believe Hikaru. We know Hikaru's reputation, but you have to be sure each and every turn that the ideas that you're orchestrating are actually successful. So look at Hikaru, he's the one on camera right now. He's looking towards that white king. But Judith, I have to say, and I really like this idea with queen d3 is step one, and then you could figure out if queen g3, just bringing that queen on over to the defense and forcing the queens off the board, if that's actually the best idea. It minimizes any danger, but maybe it also diminishes some of your winning chances.
Yes, at the same time, queen d3, bishop goes away to f6, let's say, and queen g3. I'm not so happy to have double pawns over there. You understand that after queen g3 takes, rook e2 only move. And let's say, of course, a4 is possible.
I'm going to be honest, this looks to me like a position that white should win a healthy percentage of the time. I personally would resign right now. I'm joking, of course, but I could not handle this position from the black side. It's so one-sided. Judith, David, am I off base here at all? I can't handle it.
But maybe after queen d3, there is something else. Maybe black can have some tactics. Mm-hmm. At first, I thought rook d2 might be dangerous, but then rook takes and queen e1, queen f1. So that's only a simplification, and it does not favor black for sure.
Yeah, and you block and emerge with what should be a winning position after, for example, something like this. You paralyze the black rook, tie it down to the f7 pawn, and then you start pushing white's queenside pawns. Nice spot though, Judith, rook d2. Oof. That's what Hikaru is going to be looking out for, similar ideas. And you can see why Fabi might get scared for a second going into a line such as this, just double-checking his variations again. I'm wondering if the bishop can go elsewhere. I really want to line up somehow on this diagonal, but I just can't get there. I wish I could just pick it up and put it on b6, this bishop, but or put it on c7 or anywhere on this diagonal or this diagonal, but the black bishop struggles. Not an easy position at all. And I was wondering for a second if there are any tricks with rook takes g2, but it doesn't look that way. And as we predict, Fabi does play the move queen to d3. He's got control. I said it earlier as a joke, but the white queen was way too offside, and you need Her Majesty here as a defender always.
But there is also a question whether after bishop f6, white really, is it the best move for him to go queen g3, or is the most solid play to go? Because I'm wondering if after bishop f6, for example, white can go... I can also go rook d7, for example, trying to put extra pressure.
You mentioned earlier how the rook only had the e2 square, like after queen g3. So can you play queen e3 and just trap the rook?
Wow.
I love it. You make chess look simple.
Yeah, but I guess there's like rook f4, g3, and like rook e4 or something like that. But I feel like black is barely hanging on in such a position.
Black can go rook g4. So rook queen e3, rook f4, g3, rook g4 is possible.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, rook d7.
Yeah. Setting up all sorts of tactics. If the black queen moves, for example, rook takes f7, and just because I keep showing checkmates, I'll show another one. Another back rank.
Yeah, back rank examples.
Every time. But yeah, it does look like Hikaru is struggling for ideas. If not bishop f6, he'll be really reluctant to play that move, right? It just feels like an admission.
Well, he can go back rook f6.
Aha. Judith, you keep spotting the back ranks.
Well, you want to show it, so I have to give you new opportunities to demonstrate. back
Thank
ranks.
you.
And he
It kind
does
of
it. He
and
does it.
gonna make a move.
He keeps hovering over the rook, but Judah, that's an amazing spot. I mean, I was looking at the bishop retreating somewhere. It didn't look pleasant, but rook f6, that I think allows the queens to stay on the board as well for Hikaru, in addition to threatening the back range checkmate. So rook f6 is a good find.
But hold on, rook f6, g3.
Let's jump in. G3.
And if queen b4, then rook b5.
Oof.
Uh-oh.
I can give a check, maybe? No.
No, but you can go rook d6, maybe.
Whoa.
Bishop d4. No, bishop d4, you're right. Bishop d4, I like that.
But then the white king just moves, right? And then next move, we collect one of these pieces. Wow, this is getting really sharp. Rook f6 is on the board, so this could be a key variation. How's black saving himself? Maybe queen g4 now. Back. Hitting this rook.
Queen b4, rook b5, queen g4. That's a good one.
Yeah. Geometry. It's like a metronome here. The queen swings
and
one way.
I wanted to go rook b8, but then queen d1.
Just to show this would land a checkmate again soon.
We are enjoying ourselves. I'm not sure they do.
Queen d1. Actually, there's also, just to show off, there's bishop d4 check as well. And after everything gets traded, we can take on b8.
Better.
Wow. Yeah. Getting dizzy now looking at all these tactics, Robert.
I know I'm going to be the fearful one, but oh wow, g3, that wasn't even your highlight. That means that g3 is the only move that keeps white with the advantage, and it seems to force queen to b4. And my question is, instead of rook b5 and being in some sort of tactical position, can I play g3, queen b4, and queen c4? Because we're heading to move 40. That's when the players get an additional 30 minutes on the clock, more time to use. There's no increment right now, so every second matters. I'm looking at this as a position where white can never, ever lose if the queens come off the board. And I'm a little bit afraid. I'm honest with you all. But I think this forces the queens off, and thus I feel much more confident about my chances.
Boo. Queen trade. The fans would hate it. But I agree, Robert. I would play queen c4 in a flash without thinking. Just eradicate all chances of a blunder. But first he has to find g3. We think he'll find that one, right?
Well, I think he's thinking whether does he have anything better than that. For example, queen e3.
With the idea of
rook d8, rook d8.
Rook d8. Okay. So simple, yet elegant. Yeah, queen e3 possibly. G3 just looks so natural though, just to avoid all those back rankers.
Of course, g3 is the most natural move, but it's definitely worrying to see your clock having only 15 minutes and g3 on the board.
So we're at move 26. Yeah, he has to make 14 moves in 15 minutes, no increment. Robert, I think you've predicted it. Surely the queens will come off. Surely that's the advisable, practical thing to do in a situation like this.
And it just seems like, rook b5, the engine didn't seem to love it. That was also my first instinct, isn't black losing a piece, but that queen g4 idea was beautiful. So if queen b4, queen c4 is available, the big question that you have to ask for Fabiano is, how great are his winning chances? It's a position you're playing for two results. Is it closer to a draw or a white win? I still believe that I don't know what percentage of the time, but a very healthy percentage of the time, white wins this position because you have two separate passed pawns. It's hard for black to deal with them. The f7 pawn will be targeted. An exchange of rooks doesn't seem to help black's cause. So, Judith, if the queens come off the board, I don't want to put you on the spot to name percentages, but I mean, does it seem likely that white should win that game because it's too difficult for black to defend?
Well, obviously, it's very annoying to defend that position for black, unless there is some tactics, because the way Hikaru is sitting at the board, he gives the impression that he has great compensation. And I'm wondering on queen c4 what he wants to do, or why is he so confident that he's doing fine? because it seems like, having this a passed pawn, it's not something you're happy to deal with. I think it's a great chance to win the game.
I think he's just doing his best Lady Gaga impression, poker face. Yeah, Nakamura, he's trying not to betray any emotions. 35 minutes on the clock. He's got plenty of time, but yeah, Queen c4 suffering long term. I'm also wondering if White just kind of plays it super cool, moves the king. What's Black's next move? The bishop's a bit awkward. The queen's a bit awkward.
Bishop e1.
Oh. Whoops.
I'm not sure it's so good, though.
I remember commentating with you in Norway chess, Judith, and you kept spotting knight e1 tactics. Like, it wasn't even on my radar, and it sticks with me to this very day. It was always knight e1 or knight e8 or some weird brand. But yeah, bishop e1.
Maybe you just go rook d4.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary, but it looks totally fine for White. If the rook check, you just move and hanging in thin air, in midair, I should say. These black pieces.
you see, this is a problem for Fabi at this point, that he has to make a decision, like, where does he have more practical chances to win? To keep the tension still with king g2, and the c3 bishop may stand not very optimally, and I can go queen c4 in the next move, right? Or just go queen c4, simplify, and then, well, we'll see how much winning chances I have.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a very important game. If he could win this, it's an amazing start.
Wow. And he went king to g2, so he keeps the queens on the board. Judith, you called it. It was not an easy choice for him, but he makes this move. So he's not afraid of these bishop e1. There's so many tactics still to calculate. But with 12 minutes on his clock for now 13 more moves, he must be feeling some pressure on time. You don't have forever to calculate, but perhaps, as you said, in his back pocket, a queen trade with queen c4 at any moment, that makes him feel confident about playing on. And let's not forget, rook d8, a back rank checkmate at any moment could scare Black away.
But you know what is the threat now, I believe? Maybe not, because I thought rook b5 is threatening, and after queen g4, h3. But Black can go back with the queen to c8 to defend the bishop on c3.
Oh, full board awareness, Judith. That's nice gymnastics by the Black queen there. Yeah, maybe this threat's like just a3 though. Is that the big threat right now? Maybe.
But you know what happens if I just go rook c6, for example? I mean, does it favor White to keep the queens on? So what happens if Black can stop White from exchanging?
I guess rook d7. Can I just go for the attack, since that rook on f6 was so useful to help shield the king?
Looks that
I'm
way.
usually afraid more about bishop b2 simply.
Wow. That's an odd looking bishop. It was there, what was it? 11 moves ago. It landed on b2, took a pawn. It's back there. Really odd square. It almost feels like rook b1 might line up some sneaky on the Black queen. Maybe Hikaru's going for the endgame, Robert, on Fabiano's turn. b3 in some lines. Maybe he thinks that's where his best chance of saving this game lies.
And what do you think of playing c4 and c5 next?
Oh.
Pass pawns should be pushed.
And it looks pretty tempting to make it all the way to c5.
I'm tempted by that pawn push. I'm tempted by a4, a5, maybe a6 in the future. I don't know which pawn to push. Yeah, this is the problem with this position. You have seemingly so many good options for White. Rook b1, a4, c4, queen c4, rook d7, rook d8. I don't know. Pick one. It's,
this is the problem. This is the problem.
In the 11 minutes as well, he's got to make 13 moves, Fabiano. So less than a minute per move now, up to move 40. And yeah, trust me, I've been there thousands of times, countless times. And especially with no increment. The players aren't used to that these days, lack of increment. it can get scary, right? You can definitely lose control. You overthink for one move and suddenly panic sets in, especially with queens on the board. They might not disappear anymore. So white's king, not entirely safe. This one,
there are too many tempting moves for white, to be honest.
yeah. And we'll leave Fabiano with that dilemma, that multitude of choice. And okay, we see the other board on our screens. And Robert, am I right in seeing that the evaluation bar slightly on black side? Alireza down to 13 minutes against Pragg's 30. Are things changing over there?
Bad news for Firouzja fans, as it is a better position for black, healthier pawn structure, and it was all because of Judith's recommendation that inclusion of rook h6 causing some problems in the white camp. So we'll leave the players to it, but don't worry everyone, we'll be back in just a few minutes for more from the first round of the FIDE Candidates 2024. You don't want to miss anything, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
There's excitement on the board in the Great Hall of Toronto. Hikaru Nakamura, one of the biggest sensations the chess world has ever seen, a huge content creator and number 3 rated player in the world. And there's Alireza Firouzja, the youngest player to ever break the 2,800 rating threshold. An incredible player, still so young in his second candidates tournament. But you can see the concentration, you can see the players giving it their all. There's Fabiano-Caruana stepping away from the board, which means that he has made his move. So let's dive right back into the chess. We have seen 2 draws in the games between Nijat Abasov and Jan Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh and Vidit Gujarati, but 2 games remain. It is Fabiano-Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja against Praggnanandhaa. So without further ado, let's look at what's going on these boards. On the left-hand side of our screen is what we've been focusing on between Fabi and Hikaru, but on the right-hand side of our screen, that's a very tense position between Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa. Judith, I mean, when you look at the board on the right-hand side of our screen between Alireza and Pragg, a lot has changed, but there's still so many pieces on the board.
Well, actually, I think Black did a very big improvement on his position because he did play that rook, one of the rook to h6, which is actually now standing on h5. And he brought from a8 the other rooks through f6. He put back the queen on f7. So in this position, the e6 knight, for example, is extremely stable. So the e1 rook is not disturbing too much for Black. And the f6 rook with the battery on having the queen on f7, it gives a very strong attack over the pawn on f4 and indirectly f3 as well for later. But the last move, rook h5, makes so much sense that there are 2 ways of disturbing white. Rook h to f5 can also be a move, but I would rather think that it made space for the other rook. So the other rook from f6 can go all the way to h6, doubling the rooks on the h-file, and really to disturb this queen with rook h3, even sometimes to capture on h2. So for white, I think it's a very difficult position right now. I don't know what Firouzja is up to, and he went down very much in time. Before, he had a huge time advantage before all these rook h6 and stuff happened, and now he also went down to 12 minutes at this point.
Not a lot of time for Alireza, especially considering his bad structure. And I mean, we just have 2 great options of games to go to. But given the clock situation, Fabiano down to 9 minutes, why don't we go back to that game? We, of course, promised to get to Alireza versus Praggnanandhaa, but the latest move played by Fabiano, a rook f5, I can see the move is given a question mark. So, David, you've got the control here. Do you agree with the engine assessing this with a question mark?
Oof, it's tough. I totally understand why Fabiano has played this move. If we just rewind one move, it looks like Black's only counterplay or main counterplay relies on utilizing this rook somehow, getting it back to f2, maybe some attack against the white king. So trading off, as we were saying earlier with the queen trade, it feels like that guides white closer to safety, especially white being a pawn up and these pawns ready to motor forward. But we do get closer to the dreaded opposite color bishops if we see these rooks traded. Maybe the queens disappear later. If the black rook on f8, I think this is the key piece. If this ever gets active, Hikaru will be right back in the game. But in practical terms, I don't see that happening in the near future. So question mark feels harsh. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Probably the computer just wanted something cold-blooded like a4 or Judith's c4 and thought that gave white a bigger advantage. But after rook to f5, it's still very much onus on Hikaru to kind of find the refutation if there is one, or at least to kind of continue fighting in this game. I'm not sure what I would even play here as black, to be honest. I guess the rooks leaving the board is inevitable now. Otherwise, there's too much pressure on f7. Yeah, maybe black just takes, plays a move like g6, puts a pawn on h5 and says, okay, it's going to take you an age to break through. Judith, question mark, is that harsh by the engine here?
I think the question mark goes absolutely for the reason you mentioned, that there were much better moves. I think white had a huge advantage, but because the f6 rook actually after king g2 is not really a danger for white, because there was no entry spots on the f5 for attacking the white king. And the bishop is standing great on b3, queen is standing optimally on d3, covering the important e4 square, also the f3 square, which is now not so important. And the queen on b4 is actually becoming kind of out of the game. And because the rook is on f6, the b2 bishop is somehow vulnerable. It doesn't find its place. It would be standing much better on a7 or c5, let's say, supporting a possibility to go rook f2. So I think to exchange the d5 rook to the f6, it gives away some of the advantage for Fabiano. But at the same time, it's such a little time of having 9-10 minutes at this stage. Of course, it's not so easy to make the best decision, to exchange the queens, to exchange the rooks, to push the pawn. I want to keep the safety, but I don't want to exchange the queens and give away my big advantage. So it can happen. I can't blame him really for choosing rook f5.
What's so amazing about this is like the advantage is completely gone according to the evaluation bar to the left of the board. It says that Hikaru's last move, queen to e7, it received an exclamation point. The other tempting move was to defend the bishop with your king, but that would have allowed the white rook on the 7th rank and would have frozen black's pieces across the board. So queen 7, it's a very good move, making sure the white rook can't enter the party. And black's king will go up to g7. David, I really liked your h5 pawn push for black. Suddenly, white's pawns on the queen side, they don't actually seem to be running that quickly, and black can cause some problems for the white king. So, Judah, I liked your explanation there of why the move earned that question mark. It's not a good thing for Fabiano's fans, but for all the Hikaru and Nakamura fans out there, Judah, do you think that now we're looking at a position where it's so much more likely, in fact, maybe the likeliest result is a draw?
Well, I do think that there was a huge advantage given away by playing rook f5, and g6 was a nice move. And now we see that black's only problem is having a pawn down, right? I mean, maybe it's funny to hear that, but before rook f5, there was a big problem for his bishop on b2, where it's going to be placed. And piece play is very important in chess, and now the f6 bishop is not worse than the b3 bishop, because you could say still that, okay, the b3 bishop is still attacking on that diagonal, but black is going to go out king g7, or even rook d8 might be the next move for black, and if white cannot go rook f1 because rook d2. But anyway, the king on g7 gives a great defense for f6 bishop, and the f7 pawn is not going to be attacked anymore. And if black can exchange the rooks first, after that there is going to be probably better chance to exchange the queens. But I'm not even sure that black wants to exchange the queens, because the white king on g2 is much more vulnerable without the f2 pawn than the black king. So there is a great chance that black will be able to hold with the bishop and the queen. So I would definitely try to go, I think, rook d8.
Mm-hmm. Fully agree. And Hikaru first plays king g7. I mean, rook d8 will appear next move anyway. And yeah, Fabiano, we mentioned the clock earlier. It's less of an issue now because he's about to make his 32nd move. There we go, pawn to a5. He still has just under 8 minutes now to make 8 moves. So he should get to the time control. But Robert, that rook f5, the question mark, I said initially it was a bit harsh, but I think it was just panic. I think it was purely the clock. It was uncharacteristic. Normally, Fabi likes complexity. He happily calculates his way through. He'll play the most ambitious moves. It felt like he kind of took his foot off the gas and tried to play safety first, but that rarely works at this level. And Hikaru feeling confident now, as long as he stops the advance of this a-pawn. I'm going to throw the question back at you. Are you predicting a draw now? You've said that word. Are we going to get the dreaded peace treaty eventually once the rooks and maybe queens come off the board?
Well, the way Hikaru was looking at the position, he was glancing and he noticed that there is something. So that helps me as a commentator realize there's probably a tactic. So Hikaru, I think he's looking at rook a8 here because you can sacrifice your rook, not for the first time this game, but you can give up your rook to get a check near the white king. So it does feel like Hikaru, he's got his eyes on that pawn. He understands that it's not going anywhere that quickly. So for Hikaru, he does have good chances, and he is looking to try to salvage this half point. He's not playing for win. That much is clear. And the question is, if he does hold his draw, will he be your player of the day? Please cast your vote with the command POTD in chat. And it seems that many people are voting for Hikaru. So that's not a surprise. He has so many fans out there, but it's going to be interesting to see who people vote as their player of the day. Likely the player who scores a decisive result. But right now, Hikaru is doing everything within his power to avoid a defeat. And you can see that on his face. He's registering that something is off here, that a5 may have not have been the best move. And I think, Judith, what do you make of rook a8 here for black? I'm kind of playing for a little trick, but do you think it's actually the best move versus just being a funny tactic?
It's brilliant. I love it. What can I say? Rook a8 is just making a draw immediately, I believe. Because if we go, you cannot take it because of queen e2 check and then perpetual, but probably much worse than that for white. So if you go rook d5, then black can go simply queen b4, capturing the pawn on a5. And though maybe rook d7 you have, I don't know. Maybe after rook d5, queen c7, sorry. Queen c7. And maybe the game is just over with a draw. Rook a8, brilliant idea. But yeah, after rook f5, things went on downhill.
He's about to make his move.
And he's making it. He's making it.
The rook swings over. Fabiano. Is it just the clock situation? Yeah, that move. Given a double exclamation mark, I can confirm that's not me, but I was about to do the same. Rook a8. It is technically a sacrifice. It's a brilliant move. And it might well be securing Nakamura a draw. His accuracy is even overtaken Fabiano's now. And yeah, it feels like Fabi, I'm pretty sure he missed that one, rook a8. Probably he was worried about rook d8, Judith's other plan, but very opportunistic here, rook a8. Yeah, just no way to keep the game going. White's king is too open. Really instructive for everyone learning about opposite color bishops. When major pieces are on the board, it's all about king safety. Black has the safer king. Worth just
and I've been doing this long enough, David, to recognize when Hikaru is being sincere with some of his facial expressions. And I could just immediately sense that he spotted something. I did not find it myself. I'm being completely transparent with everybody. But rook a8, I mean, you saw him looking, glancing. He's found the necessary tactic. And as you pointed out, Judith, here, queen to c7. And okay, he doesn't actually go after the a5 pawn, which I think would have been won right away. He instead defends on the 7th rank, and the evaluation has not changed. It's still right in the middle. Hikaru Nakamura is holding this game. I mean, just his confidence now is really at an all time, not all time, but all game high. He no longer has anything to worry about, David.
Yeah, it's those years of blitz chess practice as well. Just the last few moves, he's pretty much played all of them instantly. Ever since kind of rook f5, that question mark move from Fabiano landed, Hikaru's just played so confidently. 30 minutes still pretty much on the clock. And yeah, he just hasn't given time to Fabiano to calculate. He's been so confident, so smooth, jumped on that opportunity. Rook a8, tactical blow there. And rook a7, I want to say, really sophisticated, no risk. Covers the only potential Achilles heel in Black's position, the f7 pawn. And yeah, why rush? Queen to e1 is coming for Black, queen to b4, queen c7, White's a pawn dropping, White's king still weak. I think Fabiano just needs to get out of here now. Just accept that the advantage is gone. It will be a bit of a kind of a sour taste left in his mouth here, Fabiano, but a draw pretty much inevitable. Not much more to say. Judith, it looks like his winning chances are gone.
You know, it's interesting that rook a7 is also deserved probably to exclaim. Because it's just, because it's just such a safety move. Because, for example, I'm wondering if Black would have played queen c7, which I said, it would be rook b5, and after rook a7, a6. Though this may happen here also, but probably, well, maybe now he goes rook d7. I'm not sure. I don't know what exactly black is going to be doing here. Maybe queen d7 is the move. What do you think of queen d7?
I like that.
We're in sync now, Robert.
Yeah,
both
but
like it.
I was just gonna say. I mean, it attacks the rook. It goes after the white king, which is exposed, and so it looks like a very natural plan. And what white would do to place that c2 pawn on f2 to shield the king, then we would be maybe having a different conversation about the winning chances growing. But because white's king lacks true shelter, there's not an opportunity to bring all of your forces over to the queen side. So great recognition from Hikaru. Really nice play on the 7th rank. So David, I mean, queen d7 is a nice looking move. I guess queen e1 is also something to consider if you're going right after the white king. But I don't see any problems at all for Hikaru anymore.
Yeah, both of those moves. You can tell Hikaru. I mean, you read his expression a moment ago, Robert. I think we can all read this expression from Hikaru. He's very confident. Again, reaching out, barely pausing for thought. He actually plays queen to d8, very similar idea. Instead of hitting the white rook on b5, he hits the pawn on a5, while menacing queen to d2 check as well. Yeah, I'm just impressed by Hikaru in general, especially these last few moves.
Absolutely. The way after rook f5 he played, immediately he realized the opportunity for him to practically to save the game. And this is interesting that, and I think Nakamura has this great sense of the game, that he senses what is the turning point. And once you make this mistake, he grabs the opportunity immediately. And he's not letting it go. That's why I'm saying that rook a7 was also just as important and precise move as rook a8.
And you see Fabiano, he's responding, but he put his rook back on d5. It looks like this is an even position. So why don't we zoom out of this game? It looks like Hikaru has things under control. And let's take a peek at our other game, because it's no less important. Every game is of equal importance here in the candidates. And Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. That's a true mess. I'm not even sure whose king is safer, who's in more danger at the moment. But on the right-hand side of our screen, it looks like two of black's rooks aiming at the white king. But then white has doubled pieces on the e-file going after what can be a loose knight on e6. So both players with chances. Alireza only 4 minutes, 43 seconds. So he has to get to move 40, and they're only on move 29. So let's dive right into that game because Alireza does not have much time to work with. There is no bonus time with every move played, not until they reach that second time control. So Judith, as we get a closer look at this position and taking the clock into account, would you rather have this position from the white or black side?
Well, I think it's getting pretty interesting and tricky because white just played rook e2. Well, first of all, white played a4 just in case. It's a very typical move normally in this kind of structure to do on the queen side. At the same time, when everything is happening on the king side, you tend to think that you don't have enough time for that. But I like very much the last two moves of white playing rook e2 and after rook h3 making space for the queen on e1. And the battery works most of the time much better when you have the rook in the front and queen in the back. And again, we have a rook on e2, which I mentioned before that I like the moves which are defending and attacking at the same time. And here it's exactly the same thing, that on e2 it protects the second rank and especially the h2 pawn, which is necessary. But for example, there is a tactical idea, knight c5, which can be sometimes something black can be annoyed about, because then he cannot capture the knight because of rook e8. So he has to go back to f8. For example, this can be unpleasant. Also, that as black played rook h3 in the previous move, now f5, which you mentioned before, that at some point maybe it can be a problem. This is suddenly a huge threat, because after f5, queen takes, knight f4, the bishop becomes very active. Everything is attacking on the e file, and the e6 knight can be in trouble. So right now I'm kind of worried for a moment for black, because black consolidated his pieces, rook on e2 and queen on e1. I like that very much.
And a big question for both of you. I've been trying to calculate, can black be greedy? I'm reluctant, but true nature is a pawn grabber. After all, rook takes f3. Firstly, I'm scared I'll get the black rook trapped. But if I don't, then I'll come back and say I've grabbed a pawn. I've also stopped your f5, Judith, covering that square indirectly. Refute this, please. It feels wrong, but I can't see why.
Yeah, this is a question if rook f3, but rook f3.
It must be what Pragg's looking at.
Is it possible to... One second. If knight c5, you go back knight f8, right?
Yeah, I was wondering knight f8 or knight cd8 just to try and hold strong, but okay,
then after that,
Ooh. Knight and f8, there's no mate. I'll keep repeating it until...
But now the g7 also gets more vulnerable. Or can get.
Maybe you
also... I was going to say even f5 here for white. Like, what's black's next move? Because I'm just gaining space. And a6 is loose in some positions if I'm feeling extra greedy. But knight e6 becomes an idea. Rook e8 at any moment could be dangerous. Rook to g2. So I obviously like having an extra pawn, but I feel like black is very cramped and suddenly white's pieces are aiming right at the black king.
I agree fully with Robert.
Yeah. Oh, guys, ganging up on me now.
No. Don't worry about that. But I like knight c5 with the idea really to weaken the black king on the pawn on g7. I think that's why knight c5 can be very annoying.
And just to show, knight takes c5 would lose on the spot. This one would be over. So rook takes f3. It's surely what Pragg's wondering about, or at least it's his first instinct. Why not take a pawn? But maybe he'll realize white gets super active there. I just don't see many alternatives for black. That could be the issue. Again, you'd love to reroute this knight. You'd love to place it on a square like f5, but anytime it moves, white's knight leaps into e5 gleefully. The more I look at it, the more I would take Firouzja's position with white, but 4 minutes still to make 11 moves. Do you think the clock will play as big a role here as it did in that Caruana against Hikaru Nakamura game?
A huge role. I mean, actually, there's so many variations to calculate here. I'm wondering, can black go for checkmate instead of worrying about your own king? Can queen h5 come into play, threatening the h2 pawn with all of your major pieces? And if you make a move like rook back to g2, now I'm wondering, can I take on f3 with my queen because rook takes h2 suddenly is a threat? I'm not going to pretend like I don't know why white is better, but in a blitz game, when you don't have the engine off to the side of the screen, this looks very scary for the white side. So moves are being played. F3 was captured. We did just see the knight hop into c5, but the big question is, does Alireza have enough? And he gets the double exclam, was the move that we suggested. But does he have enough here, Judith, where black retreats, white is down a pawn? Can he prove that he has sufficient compensation?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's very clear that he has enough compensation. And now, again, I mean, this is interesting in chess that it's not so obvious when you lose harmony between of your pieces. And this is what happened again, that if you think about it, few moves ago, black had great harmony, e6 stability, the knight, rook on f6, queen on f7, rook on h5, everything was under control. And now black is somehow his pieces losing their stability because the e6 knight, as we talked about, it is losing stability, while the d3 knight was never a great knight. I never liked it, to be honest. But on c5, it's a completely other story, right? Rook on f3 is something that, okay, probably it will have to go back to h3 if it has the time. And somehow in this position, many times we were discussing where the queen stands better. And it seems like the white queen stands better on black squares in this game. But definitely the rook from e2 to g2 stands also excellently because it still keeps the defense over the h2 pawn, while on the g file, it's on g7, there is a great attack. So suddenly there is a huge difference between the c5 active knight, contrary to the knight who has to be moving back to f8. Unless there is a move what David mentioned before to go knight c6 to d8, somehow trying to hold on on the e6 square for the knight.
Yeah.
But maybe after knight d8 I go f5, right?
Yeah, the blue arrow has told me that my idea was foolish. No knight cd8, you have to go back. The blue arrow saying only move here for black. Pragg has to find it 8 minutes on his clock.
So I think it's full compensation for white. I mean, I would be happy to get active again a little bit.
Yeah, it's just one pawn, and after knight to f8, white will play f5. That's what we're predicting. And yeah, the game goes on. Robert, I loved your idea earlier, I must say, when the black rook was back on h3 with queen h5. But I have a language question. I don't know how to describe it. Is that Alekhine's gun when the queen is between her two rooks, or does the queen have to be behind if 3 heavy pieces are stacked up in one file?
I think it has to be at the back, but I don't know what it's called when there's like the sandwich, right? It's a queen sandwich with rooks as the bread. So I actually have no idea. Judith, do you know the name when the queen's in between? Is it still in Alekhine's gun?
I'm not the right person to know that. But I love the fact when the queen is in between my two rooks. It's a very promising setup.
Yeah, promising, and maybe should have been played, but instead this is the current position, knight to c5 and knight f8. Pragg, Robert, surely he's going to play it. He's reaching out. No, now queen to h5. Wow. Whoa. And the bar rises. It's not a decisive mistake, but could be a significant one. Again, the blue arrow gives it away. This is the computer. That's not me. Rook
g2.
And there's so many moves for both sides, right? Like the rook on g4 is under attack. That's clear. The rook on e2 can't take a knight on e6 ever because h2 is hanging with mate. So knight takes e6, is not out of the question because after queen takes g4, the knight can slide back to g5 with rook e8 checkmate. So I personally don't exactly see what's going on there because that looks really scary for the black king that is completely lacking in shelter, and the rook on f3 is hanging in plenty of the variations. So that's one idea. And the other, as we see with the arrow, but the players don't know this, is rook e to g2. That's clearly the best move. But Judith, I mean, I would be super tempted to look at the very least in detail at knight takes knight on e6.
Well, obviously, rook g2 is one of the moves which comes to mind at first, but of course, knight e6 looks tempting. So after queen g4, knight g5, right? Or you would want to go knight g5, I believe.
Right.
And after knight g5, I don't know what can black do, though.
Yeah, I think we should jump into some variations, but first maybe we go to the full board view because I think we're about to get a result in the other game, or at least it looks like we should soon be getting a draw over there between Caruana and Nakamura. We have reached the time control though, Robert, so a bit of a breather at the very minimum for the players, but Hikaru, he's done everything right and should be about to seal the deal. Queen's coming off the board will signal a draw, despite white's extra pawn.
And you can see on Fabiano, he wants to will himself to anything. He's up a pawn after all, but there's just not enough material remaining. And this is why they say all positions opposite colored bishops are drawn. Without the queens on the board, you have no hope to push your pawn forward because black can set up a blockade on the dark square. So this will be a great result for Hikaru. It's only the first round. No one is going to be too displeased no matter what. But for Hikaru to survive the game, which he was in a very tough position, and I think Fabi will be disappointed and he'll have to get over that. But we see the queen retreating for Fabi. I don't know how he can avoid the draw for too much longer. Maybe black can just set up shop on the dark squares, but this one should be over any second now.
Well, but I fully understand that Fabi doesn't want to give it a draw yet. He thinks, well, why not to play? I can play another 10, 15, 20 moves, whatever. It's not nice to give it a draw, to be honest, because you understand that you misplayed it. You misplayed your great chance. And still black has to make some good moves, which, as far as I see, Nakamura will do. And as the counter chance with queen e3 on the black squares, bishop e5, somehow Fabi will have to exchange the queens, and then obviously there is no practical chance to win the game. But it's a very unfortunate what happened with Fabiano, I believe, because he had really great chances. And you don't get it every day. You know, in a candidates tournament, you have to grab your opportunities. It's not like that you're going to get in every game.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I read it correctly, but it looked like when Hikaru played queen to e3, he said something to Fabiano. So it looks like he offered a draw. And there we go, the handshake. Fabiano accepts. Queen trade was inevitable, and we get our third result of the 2024 FIDE Candidates. It's another draw, but this one was a bit of a roller coaster in the end. It's got to be Hikaru, Robert, who's the happier of the two.
And these two players, they're longtime rivals over the chessboard. They're speaking about what went on. And for Fabiano, he's definitely going to be disappointed. He's going to have to quickly get over that. And we see the view from the pieces rather than the players' perspectives. But for both of these two, a half point, it keeps them in a tie for first place, at least until the end of the game between Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa. But Fabiano, he left, maybe not necessarily a half point on the table, but he left the ability to pressure Hikaru because he had the upper hand. I think in many other instances, he would have won that game, but that leaves us with just this one battle so we can fully dive in. And that idea, knight takes knight, giving up a rook on g4, knight g5, and look at Pragg's clock. Judith, he is now down to about 3.5 minutes. Is Praggnanandhaa checkmate, is about to face his king. It's the computer says it's equal, but do you actually think that he's going to be able to hold this game in his time trouble?
95. What do you think?
Ooh. Judith tactics. He's got to block the e-file. He has to play knight somewhere.
And it's there.
Wow.
That deserves a double exclamation mark.
Obviously blundered by white.
What? I'm so confused. Why can't you take it?
Well, rook e5, rook h2.
Yeah.
I believe with perpetuate check. That's the story.
Wow. Bang, bang, sacrifice. And he gives up his whole army pretty much, Praggnanandhaa. He gave up a knight, gives up a rook, but there's nowhere for the white king to hide. It's just a draw. Queen to h5 check, queen back to g4. Wow. Fireworks, Robert. Fireworks all over the place, but in the end, it results in peace again.
What an incredible sacrifice of a knight and then a rook on h2, and after queen takes pawn on f4, there is, well, I guess maybe even queen h5 check, queen g4. That might actually be the easiest path to a draw. Nothing to calculate there, but he is going. There it is, queen h5 check, and this is a draw by force. The white king cannot escape, despite the fact that Firouzja is up a knight and a bishop. His king lacks any defenders, no shelter, and this should just be a draw any second now. What a game between two youngsters who have not squared off much in their career, but their careers really just getting started. There's much more between these two, including in the second half of the candidates. So this just should be a draw any second now, Judith.
It's an amazing game. I mean, we can say that just in a few seconds, we're going to see that all four games in round one is becoming a draw, but we cannot say that it was a boring round. I mean, it's very clear that Abasov against Nepo, it was not a very exciting game, but it was a very solid. The other three was with pretty much of a roller coaster, I must say, full of interesting stuff. Very interesting, very interesting. So it shows that these candidates will be a lot of fun for us.
And the players are repeating moves, which means the draw is about to be agreed to. And there we see it. The repetition is done. I don't think they need the arbiter for this one. Usually you have to call for the arbiter, but there it is. You see the players look at each other, the arbiter nearby, but this is a draw. So the youngsters, they will split this point. A draw now is agreed, and you pointing to what move he's about to make. It is a 3-time repetition, so it's a draw between these two. And what a game it was. This was not just some peaceful affair. They went full on swinging at one another, throwing pieces at each other's kings. There were some sacrifices, and you see Praggnanandhaa looking away. I'm not sure if Vaishali, his sister, is still playing. Maybe he's trying to see how she's doing. But for Firouzja, it looks like he's calculating what could have been. And for Praggnanandhaa, draw with the black pieces, an excellent start to his first Candidates tournament, especially in the style that this game was. It very much up both these players' alley, and it could have gone to either player, but a draw seems fair. And there, at long last, we see the handshake. Draw agreed. All 4 results of round 1 have seen a split point between the players. But David, I mean, what a game we just witnessed between these two.
Yeah, just it had everything this game. Great preparation from Alireza Firouzja, really creative stuff. Pragg fighting fire with fire, not backing down, lining up his pieces against the White King. It was really tense, as we said, for so long, but eventually it did erupt into that kind of brief flurry of fireworks. And there we see the players, I think, as well, just trying to recover and try to kind of realize what was happening, because, it must have been heart racing for both of them. And ultimately discussing missed chances. Maybe there were missed chances, especially for Alireza towards the end. But a draw feels like a fair result, and good start for both, as you say, Robert. Feels like, especially for Pragg, as black, being hit by the opening surprise. And his first ever Candidates game ending in a decent result. So, a lot to take from it for both the young players.
Yeah, and Judith, I guess, how important do you think it is, to get that half point, beneath you for Praggnanandhaa in his first Candidates? Because we know what happened with Firouzja, did not go nearly the way that he wanted or people expected of him, because his rating was sky high.
Well, I think as I see the Indian talent, somehow they can keep this control and focus in the tournament. So I think as far as I saw through the camera, it seemed to me that Praggnanandhaa played very calmly, under control more or less. Of course, he made mistakes and ups and downs. But it was a very interesting game, very complicated game. There were a lot of different points where he had to make the good choices, good decisions. He had to keep it very active. At some point towards the end, he got too active, and maybe he got too ambitious too early. And he left the 5th rank of defending with his rook, and suddenly it was unexpectedly he could get in danger. But seeing the game, I had the feeling that both players had lived through the same things. That, well, I was a little bit better, I was a little bit worse, then I was equal, and then I missed my chance. So maybe both of them had this idea, but none of them missed the winning opportunity, I believe. So first round with a lot of energy went into this game, but I'm really very much excited to see the upcoming rounds. But of course, a lot of small things will add up. Like today with Fabiano's game, for sure he's quite unhappy with the fact that he could not convert his advantage. At the same time, he had a huge advantage. So, other players cannot get the huge advantage and make a draw. So it's a long, long tournament with a lot of excitement.
It's definitely true. Some topsy-turvy games. You got to count your pluses when you have them, but you also probably have to convert, because there will not be many opportunities to score victories. We are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because when we return, we'll rehash what just happened in round 1 of the FIDE Candidates and go through what to look forward to tomorrow. So don't go anywhere, everybody. We will be back very shortly.
He may have the longest name in the field, but Praggnanandhaa doesn't have the longest odds. Pragg got here with a blistering path to the finals of the World Cup. He thus became the first player from India to qualify for the Candidates since Anand, earning the spot mere months before Vidit and Gukesh. Like any young player, Pragg has to handle nerves and avoid overextension to make noise at the Candidates. but he has already shown that capability, almost winning the World Cup despite being the 31st seed. There, he won against players who are also in this candidates, Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano-Caruana. What form will Praggnanandhaa show today? That of a young player who needs more experience, or that of a World Cup and World Championship finalist? This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on chess.com.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
We return, and Toronto has seen round one finish. It's in the history books, and all 8 participants are still tied for first place. That's right, there were 4 games, and all 4 were drawn. All sorts of different positions. Some players are going to be quite disappointed in the result. Others are going to count their lucky stars, but we do have an 8-way tie for first place after the first round. The draws for every player. And that's just the start, because we will have round 2 tomorrow. And as we just reflect on the round that we had, David, we just asked Judith, but David, who do you think is going to be happiest heading into round 2?
Well, I know that Hikaru Nakamura will be a relieved man tonight. He was facing a lot of torture. It looked like kind of a 2-result game, as we say, one-way traffic with only Fabiano playing for the win. Hikaru fighting for his life, fighting for the draw. But after a small slip by Fabiano, it looked effortless. Hikaru will sleep very well after saving that half point. I'm also going to say that Praggnanandhaa is going to be another relieved player. I was just looking in that last break at some of the variations, and if Alireza had been slightly more accurate, Pragg would have had to walk a tightrope to survival. Ultimately, a draw, a great result with black for him. So I think Alireza, Firouzja, and Fabiano-Caruana, conversely, very disappointed by the outcome of today's round.
And the standings are kind of funny to me, because it's really just everyone tied for first place, but Abasov is proving everybody wrong. He is in first place, the lowest rated player in the field, but his draw, it was a pretty smooth game, and not the best game from either side, just a pretty calm affair. And so as we look at the standings, everybody is in first place. But Judith, I guess I kind of want to hear your thoughts about what David just shared with us, that Firouzja, he seemed to miss a big chance. Do you think he'll actually be disappointed given how little time he had towards the end of the time control?
Well, I don't know how big opportunity he had. It was clear that he started to take over, and I trust, David, that you checked that it was quite difficult for Black at that point, and we felt it while it was just happening and unfolding in the game. At the same time, I think previously he had a pretty difficult situation, just few moves beforehand. And he's already an experienced player, so he knows it that these kind of things happen, that when there is a very difficult game, you might have a moment where you could have a great chance and maybe a little advantage. But having a little advantage and win the game, convert it into victory, that's another story. And he also knows that the tournament is going to be long. He played against a great player. So I think it's much better for him if he's not going to be complaining and take it with him for the next rounds, because this is also one of the great skills top players have to have, that you let it go and focus on the upcoming games.
You have to be a goldfish. You have to forget about what just happened and go forward to the next games. And speaking of, we have tomorrow's pairings ready, including their head-to-head history. So I personally want to start at the bottom. And David, I'll throw it to you. Fabiano, missed opportunity with the white pieces today. Looking at that pairing, white against Abasov, that sounds like a pretty good chance to score the first victory of the tournament.
Yeah, that is the quirk of the round-robin system. Always one player ends up with 2 whites to start the event. It can be a great thing if you're able to pick up a win or two, but also it does feel like your big opportunities come early in the tournament, so it feels like there's more pressure. For Fabiano, added pressure after missing that opportunity today, and top seed against bottom seed, on paper a big favourite. Fabiano, he'll be putting a lot of pressure on himself to try and win that game. So yeah, that will be one to watch. If he doesn't win, Caruana will feel that it's been a bad start to the tournament for him. And meanwhile, Abasov taking confidence from today. Yeah, I think he'll just be happy to be there. And he's often armed with really creative openings. So I'm looking forward to that game most of all.
That game promises to be exciting. And Judith, I'll go back to the top before we look in the middle. Hikaru Nakamura gets the white pieces after a good save today. And Vidit gets the double black to start. So he's kind of in that position that nobody truly wants to be in to start such an intense tournament.
But I think he can be happy with today's game. It was very exciting. Not a very long game, so it didn't take him so much energy as it would have been such a long game. Very interesting ideas he came up with, so it seems like he's a pretty good form. And of course, he's also a very experienced player. He knows what it is when you start with 2 blacks. It means that it is a rough start, or it can be a rough start, but later on you get it back with your two white colors. And I think it's beginning of the tournament, so he's very much looking forward. And of course, Hikaru is a very strong player, no question about it. He's very focused, he's well prepared. he's going to play a good game and exciting chess. That's what I hope for.
For sure. And David, Praggnanandhaa gets the white piece against Gukesh. And these two players, while they are friends, they also have history. Let's not forget what happened in FIDE Candidates, for example, when Gukesh, he had a winning advantage, but there was that 3-time repetition. So Praggnanandhaa gets white. Do you think Gukesh, you see they're combative head-to-head, right? Look at that. 5 decisive games, only 2 draws. What do you make of that pairing with Pragg getting the white pieces?
Yeah, it's the 2 youngest players in the event, the 2 youngest candidates. I'm going to predict a decisive result. I'm not sure which way it's going to go. Their battles, it feels like they throw everything at each other. I was watching FIDE Candidates as well. They've had battles throughout the years where it feels like they're just all guns blazing, kind of going for blood, and that's really refreshing. That's what we want to see. That's why I think the whole world is excited to see the youngest candidates ever this tournament, kind of on average, because this young blood, they really kind of set the tone for the whole event. So either way, I'm not sure who the favorite is, but decisive result looks likely on paper.
I agree with you as well there, David and Judith. Last but certainly not least, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. Now, in FIDE Candidates a few months ago, Alireza won their game. But 2 years ago in Madrid, it was Jan Nepomniachtchi who swept Firouzja, and Firouzja, he stayed up a little bit past his bedtime playing bullet chess. So my question for you is, do these players have vengeance on their mind, and how difficult is it to forget your past against certain opponents?
Well, of course, in Madrid, I remember I was commentating the game, and actually Nepo played an incredible game. Though with white, Alireza played a very awful opening, so after like move 15 or 17, he was almost lost. But Jan played an excellent game, very, very nice game. And of course, we tend to remember to those victories, which especially that it was really good game. But this is a new tournament, new game with playing with the other color at this stage with the white for Jan. Of course, it depends very much on the opening, how the outcome it will be. And I'm pretty sure that both of them wants to have a fight and try to grab the opportunity if they get one.
On paper, one of the most exciting matchups in the chess world. 2 intensely combative players in Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja, so that should be another fun affair. And so we've gone over the pairings. Let's remind everyone of the schedule. It's going to be same time, same place. Just take a look at this. Go scribble it down and maybe type it out. Put it on your Google calendars. Whatever you have to do. Don't forget about all of the rounds in the Candidates tournament, because we have 4 rounds before the first rest day, and they're an international game is chess, and it's played all around the globe, so you have to tune in from whatever time zone you're in, but these are some of them. We go ahead and look at Sydney, 5:45 a.m. start. I've got close friends who live in Sydney. I apologize to you all there. It's late in the evening for us, those of us who live in Europe, so it's a really late start for myself, for Judith, and for David, but it is a lot of fun. So before I say goodbye, I just want to give you two the floor. Judith, you first. Any final thoughts about day 1 and what you're looking forward to for day 2?
Well, I'm thrilled to have been here with you. It was great pleasure. It was very big entertainment for me to see these games and to analyze those. And I'm very much looking forward. Well, if I have to pick one game of tomorrow, which I'm more interested on, I think it's the Pragg Gukesh game, the youngsters battle.
Now, I think you can't go wrong with that selection. And David, what about you? Final thoughts and what you're looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, Robert, I was excited before the event. I'm just as excited now. It feels like the calm before the storm. Draws across the board, but that doesn't tell half the story. We saw some really creative openings, some really aggressive, ambitious play, and I think that's just going to continue. And I'm curious to see whether Fabiano can live up to expectations. The favourite before the event, potentially, against the bottom seed tomorrow. Can he draw first blood in this event? That's the big question.
The good news is he's the favorite player. The bad news, a lot of pressure on yourself in such a high-stakes event. Everybody, it's win or you lost, because only first place will go on to play the World Championship match. So much up for grabs. We're 1 round in. All 8 players have half point out of the first game. We say goodbye to you, and we will rejoin you for the action from Toronto, Canada in the Great Hall just tomorrow. So don't miss out on all the action. It's been fun. We'll see you then.